So with that, I'd like to introduce Jasmine O'Connor. She's a dear friend and someone we're so lucky to have with our opening remarks today. She's been a staple in this field for much longer than I've been in it, and she's also the kind of person that really lives her values. So it's not just, and that's as many of us do, but just this convergence of environmental concerns and ethical living. I think it's a really important way to start off our conference because we want to do as we say, right? So this is a perfect example. Thank you, Jesse.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Europe for those of you who maybe don't come to this part of the globe that often. You may be able to tell from the accent that I'm from the UK, and so every time I come to Europe, I don't know whether to jump up and down with joy that I'm here and that I'm on this the sort of the kind of mainland, if you like, of this wonderful continent, or whether to kind of wail and gnash my teeth in the streets as to what my country has done in separating itself from the sort of wider political and economic groupings of the EU. But today I'm doing joy because it's so fantastic to see every single one of you in this room together and to welcome some new faces amongst us. I thought I'd just begin very, very briefly by just reminding everybody, and as a Brit, I know I need to do this, of how big the continent of Europe actually is. So the EU has 27 member states and a number in the wings seeking ascension, which is just a fantastic thing to see. It brings together states to engage in sort of economic affairs together and to also work for human rights, to work for political sort of stability and peace within the sort of continent. But the kind of wider Europe, according to the UN, is 44 countries. Other estimates or other countings have it at around about 51. So it's a very large, very complex continent. I know everybody knows that, but I just feel I kind of keep having to remind myself of that, and the numbers of languages spoken and the numbers of people groups that this continent represents. And I think from that sort of view, when we look in with a lens of understanding slavery, all of that means a lot of complexity. It means borders where people are trafficked. It means different people groups that are marginalised, whether we're talking about the Roma communities or whether we're talking about other marginalised groups, such as some of the Muslim populations in some countries, and for example, those migrants that may have come from parts of Africa or Asia to this continent. And so I think what is phenomenal about this network is that we're bringing together a vast array of individuals that can have perspectives into that can bring a little bit of a snapshot into that trafficking and forced labour picture in this continent. And so it's a delight to see so many different individuals. I think it's also worth noting some of the networks that do exist, and I don't know all of them because, you know, I'm sitting in the UK, and as I say, it's a vast continent, and all of us from European countries here would, I think, admit that we only scratch the surface of what's going on in our own continent. We don't know all the networks ourselves. We haven't mapped the continent in a way that I think would give us that kind of rich data and understanding. So just to mention a few, I mean, some of you may know the network that's been working on business and human rights. It's not essentially a network that's a slavery network, but it's a network that's been working across a range of different civil society groupings to look at the business and human rights legislation that you've seen come to pass in recent months. And that network, I think, is quite exciting because it brings together the sort of forced labour movement and the anti-slavery movement with other civil society movements to push for legislation. Another one to mention, I think, is Enforce, which is the network against forced labour, which brings together producer countries with some of the EU countries to make sure that that dialogue between EU legislators and the producer countries, if you will, are sort of rich and are varied, and that legislation is informed in particular by lived experience. And then I think finally, some of you may be members of the Lestrada network. I've seen a few nods around the table. You know, they're a very well-established network that looks at trafficking across the continent. And so I've been thinking to myself, you know, how fantastic it is to kind of welcome another forum into this sort of European space, if you will, because I think the importance of this forum is that it connects up some of the dots across the Atlantic, if you like. It connects up and enables some of that partnership globally, and bringing together an array of individuals from different parts of the world with a sort of core of European participants. And I think that is super, super important, to have that global understanding and to be able to see how Europe fits within that global picture of anti-slavery work. And I think most importantly for me, when it comes to networks, it's all about building sustainable partnerships that lead to the kind of action and the kind of impact. Learn about some of the things other people are doing, and it's those kind of connections that will, I hope, come out of this conference and give a boost, if you like, to the work that is going on in Europe. So I just want to finish that note by saying thank you so very, very much, and welcome to Brussels. And as a Brit, I say that standing here, very proud of this continent that we are a part of. Thank you.
Now we're going to start with Dr. Hjaab Johannes from Glasgow, and I have to say we've had some great conversations, and I'm looking forward to his presentation.
Good morning. Hi. Good. Great to be here. And I have got slides somewhere here, and they're coming up, I think. Thank you. So, when I was asked to speak a little bit about this, I thought a lot about this topic, and I came up with the simplest things that I could say. And I'm going to start briefly doing an exercise. Next slide, please. An icebreaker. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So can I ask you to raise one of your hands? Another, please. And then can I ask you to clap with that hand? What happened to this? Like, yeah, exactly. What happened to that? So the reason why I'm doing this is, what prevents us from instinctively understanding that some things cannot be done without others? What prevents us from instinctively thinking that sometimes some things has to be done or have to be done with nature? You could have clapped like this as well, right? So what is this human-centric, this individualistic kind of thinking that prevents us from working together, from thinking together, from imagining things together? So I want to start with this invitation, an invitation to clap together, like what we did here, what we saw here. And also an invitation to resign from that thought of individualistic thinking that says that I'm going to do everything on my own. So if we suspend that, if we try to resign from that thought process, then we can begin to form an open circle. And by open circle, I mean a circle that is open, that invites others to join, and a circle that is indefinitely open, a circle that is wide open for everybody to join. And I also wanted to say these words that I always say, relating beneath the skin and beyond the borders, genders, classes, whatever differences we might say. So this is what I'm trying to do with this very short, brief talk. And I want to start with this, what is slavery? At least for me, as somebody who's surviving some of these things, and also somebody outside of Europe, but also inside of Europe, who's now living in Europe. And to me, slavery is a kind of a muted war. It's war against people, particularly against racialized, sexualized, gendered, and depoliticized or disenfranchised bodies. That is what slavery is to me. It's a war, but a muted. It doesn't have explosives. We can't hear its voice. You can't hear its trembling noises, but we feel it in our bodies. And it's also an open wound. And by that I mean it's a profound injury to human dignity. It's not a physical wound that I'm talking here about. It's a profound injury to human dignity. How it indignifies the bodies and the people that it touches or it reaches. And from there, this is the UNESCO's constitution that says, since wars begin in the minds of men, whenever I see that word man, you can feel what it does to the human. Where is the human here? Is it just man or man? And then I try to replace it with people. Since the wars begin in the minds of people, it is in the minds of people that the defenses of peace must be constructed. And I have briefly said slavery is one of these wars. So the reason why I brought this clapping together is that it's in our minds that it starts, it's with the changing attitudes that things started to begin. And that's basically me thinking of what frameworks are. And I'm going to briefly say a few words about combating modern slavery. What are the frameworks that we have here? We have laws, legal frameworks, but I want to question a little bit about what are the essence of this, the essence of these legal frameworks. The EU Charter for Fundamental Rights would say all of this, these nice things, right? No one shall be held in slavery and servitude. No one shall be required to perform forced or compulsory labor. Trafficking in human beings is prohibited. And Palermo Protocol says the same thing. It adds the definition of what a trafficked person is. It also outlines all the processes involved within the trafficking, and then provides very similar kind of framework. But the law often talks about universal principles, the codes and abstract notions, but it also fails to address the ethical responsibility toward the subject or the object of crime. What is the ethical responsibility here beyond saying such nice things? If we're saying these words from 50, 60 years ago, then why can't make them happen? And the law also fails to encounter the face. It understands in numbers, it understands in discounted figures, but the face, in Levinasian, a kind of more philosophical thinking, the face is the one that orders and ordains us to respect the dignity of the other before us. The face is what prevents us from killing. But once this face is reduced to a surface or a number, then it invites violence. Then it becomes a subject of violence. Then it becomes a number. So the face becoming the surface, well, we still have these laws that tells us that the face is always a human. Then what does the essence of our legal framework say? And it's also, if you look, for example, the Palermo Protocol, the state appears there as a benign entity that always does good thing for humans. what happens when the state either fails or is involved, actively involved in trafficking? How do we get the state accountable when it is the perpetrator of these forms of crimes? Or it fails to protect, it fails to enforce its laws? Then what is the responsibility of the state? And where are the mechanisms to hold the state accountable to this powerful entity that has all omnipresent forces, but there is no any way of holding it to account? So these are some of the bigger challenges that I see. And also some historical responsibilities as well. Here we're talking about modern slavery. But what about the slavery that happened centuries ago? Do we just completely forget it? Do we just completely forget what happened in colonial world? Do we completely delete, erase history and begin today? Or do we think about it? Because these things have never stopped. They just transformed into different insidious ways of organizing, bordering, and ordering societies. But if we keep forgetting about these things and try to think about the surfaces, then we're losing sight of the logic behind it, the metaphysics, the structures, the frameworks that are invisibly guiding these kind of works. And we also need to understand, from my own understanding, that human beings have the capacity to suffer past pains, particularly if it's affecting them today. What does, for example, is banning commodities produced under the condition of trafficking enough of a response without addressing the underlying factors? Would that stop trafficking? Or is the purpose stopping trafficking in a particular geographic region, and that's it? Is that where we end with trafficking? So I'm just provoking, trying to invite us to ask these questions every time we try to address this issue. And I also, what about the present? We're just looking through our TV screens at trembling world, as Gleason would say. A world that is trembling with wars, famine, destruction, forced migration, over 150 million people forcibly displaced, and global warming, another existential question, and also declining international norms when they are not enforced equally or fairly elsewhere. When the international norms, whether it's human rights or all things, are only located in specific geographies, and they always resuscitate themselves by creating violence somewhere else. To me, those questions about human rights, who is the human in the human rights? When we have thousands of people dying every year, who is the human in the human rights? When we try to project human rights to somewhere else from a position of a metropole, a former colonial site, then what are we saying to the world? When it still lives, when those people are still living in violence. So we need to think about these questions as well. And also, these are the things that create the conditions for slavery. And that's why I'm raising them. What are the conditions of possibility for slavery, for modern slavery, if you like to call it that way, to exist and perpetuate itself from generation to generation? And I want to try to invite you to think about the role of EU in this. All the negatives, the positives, everything that the EU has contributed to this, not just the EU, but the global superpowers, for example. And also the gap between targets and reality. I don't want to say a lot about this because we already know all this. We've been speaking about this from last night. And this is what the SDG 8.7 tells us. And this is what my research participants tell me. So they're saying, does the world know we exist? To the world, we are not recognizable, and our suffering is unintelligible to its consciousness. For them, the world is a completely different entity. It's a violent world for them. is a trembling world. And it's not a world for them right at this moment. And that's how many survivors would feel. Every time I speak to many of the people, particularly people from migrant background, the world doesn't care about us. The world doesn't exist for us. What exists for us is just violence. And what are the small steps that we can take from this grim kind of presentations? And I want to invite you to think about these ideas of critique and questioning. Most of the, whether it's in kind of research or all these reporting systems about trafficking that I see are founded around this idea of critique. Critique provides answers that are locked within system, within a violent system. Critique tries to fill some gaps within a system that is already violent, that is systemically, structurally violent. So we need to, from my understanding, we need to transition from this idea of critique to idea of questioning the system, trying to go to the borders of these systems and try to see what it is as a system, not as a loophole within the system. So how do we transition from any idea of critiquing the system, just picking or cherry picking certain aspects of a system and saying critically, this is not working? What if the whole system is not working? So that transition from ideas of critiquing to questioning the system fundamentally and profoundly can try to allow us to see what are the structural, systemic problems that we have in our systems. And another one is from this idea of inclusion that I always hear from everywhere almost. Why do we need to include? If we are trying to include, are we then by default excluding others? If we are not excluding, what is the point of including? So the idea of inclusion itself is an exclusionary project to me. We need to move from ideas of inclusion to non-exclusion, where we are radically open. We're radical and open circle inviting that everybody can join us, rather than targeting and saying we can include this person and that group and this group, and without thinking others. What if we are so radically open, non-exclusionary society where we can invite everybody? And that will allow us, that might allow us to think more broader, in more broader terms, on more systemic terms. And it's also from principles, like as I said, in the essence of the law, human rights, rule of law, all of this, to responsibility and accountability. What is our responsibility as a society beyond saying these nice words? Beyond saying this fancy kind of, or developing these fancy frameworks that in reality are not working effectively. So how do we move from those principles to responsibility and accountability? And also from inequality, which is one of the root causes of trafficking, to justice, all forms of justice. I haven't said social justice, but could be social, environmental. It could be more than the human. So all forms of justice. And it's also a change of attitude. As I started with an opening, how do we change our attitude? And imagining a journey from the open wounds to a scar, where a scar is a healed wound, where a scar is a tainted past, where a scar is where we begin to heal and go beyond that point. So what is the journey that takes us from these open wounds to a scar? I'm not saying this is physical things, but the things that are logically helping our journey or helping us to reframe things, beginning from an open wound, whether it's a trafficking or other forms of violence, structural violence, or things that force us into a profound indignity. And then how do we move? How do we chart a journey from that to a scar and beyond the scar? And I always think our task is to create a condition of a possibility for non-racial, non-binary, and non-exclusionary or non-exclusive humanity. When I say non-racial, how do we go beyond race? How do we relate beyond the skin, beyond the borders, genders, and classes? How do we look? And when I say binary, I'm not just talking about gender terms or sexual terms, but also the human and non-human terms. How do we decenter the human and as an agentic, as a dominant form of agency, and allow it to relate with other things? So many scholars are now inviting us to think with living rights rather than human rights. Because we're not just humans. It's a planet with more than human species, more non-beings and beings. And non-exclusive, as I said, radically open to a composite society. It's a society that is infinitely pluriversal or plural or multiple. How can we create the conditions for this? I want to stop here. I wanted to leave few kind of minutes for questions and answers, but I'm not sure if I have left a few minutes for questions right now. But thank you. Please.
Do you have any of this in writing? Because yeah, can I just? I just wanted to say that I thought that was phenomenal, and I've never heard such a fresh and just human perspective on slavery. I thought the way you spoke was beautiful and eloquent, and I'm just blown away. So I just wanted to let you know that, really, and to ask, have you got any of that in writing? Because I would love to be able to share that. Just some of the ways that you've expressed that in your thinking was just phenomenal. So if you have any writings, I'd love to read them.
Thank you for the kind words first. Yeah, I'm writing a book on this. So the book, thank you. So the book's title is The Abyss. The abyss, basically, ABSS. How can we? I'm imagining a journey from this open window to scar myself, and I use a framework called a journey, not a journey in a sense of moving from space to space, but also more through temporal and spatial dimensions, historical dimensions, and all of these dimensions. So it's not finished, but it will be, next year it will be published. But I can also send you some articles that when I talk about these issues as well. Particularly, I wrote an article about my own biography that is published in Oxford University Press, and that has some of this with a lot of other conceptions and kind of ways to think around these ideas. Stop me if I go over my time, sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johannes. I appreciate everything you said and very much find that my difficulty is, I think, challenging people's ways of knowing and opening up different epistemologies, because what you're talking about, shifting attitudes and looking at the human behind it, it's paradigm shifts. And we come to these and we're looking at accountability and action. We do these steps, but when we're talking about paradigm epistemological shifts, you can't just tick, I do this, I do that, I do that. So I'd love to hear your suggestions for what are some things that our sector can do to really push the paradigm shift.
Yeah, I get asked that question all the time. you can see that. I think there are so many things that Europe and other Western countries need to learn from outside of that place. So I was in Ghana a few months ago, and I asked them to raise their hand and clap. Everybody claps together instantly. It's not that I'm asking them to do that. But I have done this, I think, more than twice here in Europe, but nobody even attempts to club with the person next to them. And I think it's more intercultural kind of dialogue that happens in some other places. Inter-epistemic communication. Communication is between different epistemes or forms of knowledge or modes of knowing. And that superiority that says that we cannot start from outside of these thought processes is very difficult to bear. Even for me, I studied in Eritrea. I did my undergrad. When I came here in Europe, it was difficult for me to adapt to the educational system here. It's so Eurocentric to me, and it's so difficult to understand now because it sounds very fictional to me at the beginning when I started to think about these terms. Because I come from a place of pain that have suffered from this space. So the things that you see in the global south is people responding with a visceral response, with a cry, with a pain. And for me as a scholar, that is where I start to understand the world from the position of the untaught, from the position of the erased histories, from the position of the cry. So the cry, the pain, the smiles, the joy, all these are my theoretical beginnings. So I don't start from any thinking, from Western thinking. That's why I'm starting from open wounds, from those crying faces. So if you begin from that, it allows you to see the system from outside of it, the system from a position of the human rather than from the position of a system. Thank you. Yeah. Am I not out of my time? Stop me. Sorry.
Good morning, Doctor. That was incredible. My question is, in working on reframing the narrative, you talked about reframing, you talked about the colonial past. There are a lot of rollbacks in the Western world related to human rights. And we understand that in the DNA and the cellular structure of people that have been enslaved in the past, full healing hasn't taken place. There are open wounds still passed down. So if we haven't dealt with the end of colonialism in a way that is effective in healing, we didn't deal with the mental health aspects. We blew it in many ways past colonialism and chattel slavery. How do we frame it in a way where we understand that aspect of slavery so that people understand the efficacy and the understanding of modern slavery and tie it to how we move forward now, juxtaposed against not dealing with the past well and the DNA perpetuation of that causing so many problems in communities around the world? How do we effectively talk about it, reframe it in a way where we bring the past, the present, and the future together so we can ease up out of what you call the abyss?
Yeah, very difficult question, multi-theoretical. Yeah, I think to begin is what I would begin is to just understand the narratives that are outside of this dominant narrative. Edward Gleason, one of the founding scholars of decoloniality, talks about narratives, their narratives as the breezes. Like the moment you breathe, these narratives that are coming from those places are also like breathing. But how do we catch them? How do we catch these small little breaths that are happening outside of these spaces? Do the systems that we live in, the systems that we inhabit, and the frameworks that we use allow us to see them? This is one of the biggest questions. To me, when we say like universal rights and universal all that kind of stuff, that is the essence of totalitarianism. When you try to say everything has to be universal and everything has to be in this way, in this particular way, then that is the essence of totalitarianism. How do we see the differences? How do we capture the nuances outside of this space, outside of any notion of human rights or any notion of frameworks? Then can we not see the diversity of the frameworks that we can see from all these things? So I will stop here, sorry, but we can continue the discussion afterwards.
Bikini, I'd like to welcome you up here for your panel that you'll be moderating on learning from the Pathfinder country framework. We have Anoush Karvar from the government of France, and some of these people will also be dialing in. So we have Helen Apio from the government of Kenya, Joseph Marala from the government of the DRC, Irene from Isla Brussels will be joining us as well, Ada Muli from the Survivor Network in Kenya, Bernadette Agano from Free the Slaves in DRC, and Marco Dubelt from the Global March Against Child Labor. And you'll all have your own microphones up here.
All right, thank you so much. Just before we start, just want to make sure we have enough equipment for everyone because one of our colleagues will speak in French. So I wouldn't want to assume that everybody here can understand French, but probably our colleagues in the interpretation room may make sure that the devices are available for everyone who may want to hear in a different language. Oh, the other side? Okay, no, they bring for you. I'll ask my colleague bring for you, yeah.
My French hasn't improved since I lived here, but it's not good.
So thank you so very much. I think we all have the devices. Welcome again to this first panel. And thank you so much, Dr. Johannes, for the brilliant presentation and setting up really in terms of what the challenges we are seeing and what we need to do as we grapple through these notions and contexts and approaches. So my name is Bukeni Waruzi. I am the Work for Free the Slaves as Executive Director. Happy that this morning we will start with our panel with a very important issue. One of the reasons why Europe is also very important, not only because of what Jasmine said this morning, but also what Dr. Johannes said, but is also very importantly some of the trends that we are seeing on the continent in terms of how to go about addressing some of the issues that Johannes and others have been talking about, which is modern slavery, forced labor, human trafficking, and child labor. And of course, the Pathfinder process with the Alliance 8.7 has seen quite an increased number of countries that are joining the movement of Pathfinder country, which is, a voluntary process to accelerate progress toward achieving target 8.7. So as the nations are bracing to make sure these issues can be eradicated within the timeline, in Europe, there have been also the same process have happened, to make sure that countries are joining the effort to make sure we eradicate modern slavery within the timeline. Now, in Europe, there are almost five Pathfinder countries to date, which is France, France, the Netherlands, Germany, Albania, and Turkey. Now, this is, the Pathfinder process under the Alliance 8.7, supported by the ILO as the Secretariat, has seen really an increased interest in many governments to make sure they can join the partnership, learn from each other, and really, make sure all the efforts and the resources are put together to achieve target 8.7 and within the timeline. Of course, we always challenge that timeline. Yesterday was one of them, but also in a few years' time will be another challenge really to question how this is going. But we also have to know what is going on, how the countries are doing to achieve this, to achieve target 8.7. And that is the essence of this panel this morning. And we could not be lucky enough having really great colleagues from member states, survivors, and also civil society organization. So on this panel, we'll hear some of the member states, how they are doing. Unfortunately, Madam Carver was supposed to be here, but she had another engagement that she had already, signed up to, and she couldn't be here, but she was able to send us the summary of what France is doing. We'll also hear from ILO, but also from other countries that are not in Europe, to learn from how they've been achieving. And one of the processes that have been very important was how to engage key partners, key allies in the process to make sure the process is as inclusive as it can. I'm not trying to dispute what Dr. Hyannis has said in terms of inclusion, but to make sure that really we are all of us in this. And the reason is to achieve target 8.7 will require all of us to come together, to work together and achieve the target 8.7. So without further ado, I know there are a few colleagues that are online, and I don't know if it's 10 or 5. I don't have watch with me. So it is just 10. Probably the time to bring in Madame Anouche Kavar from France. And I want to make sure that, our colleague from the government of Kenya, who is waiting online, has a specific time that we give her when she will come in. So before she can come, that's why I'm inviting my colleagues to play the video from Anouche Kavar.
My dear friends, let me first thank Bukeni Varuzi and Free the Slaves for their invitation and the organization of this forum in Europe. The first of many, I hope, to discuss our path towards 2030 and the ways to eradicate modern slavery. I apologize for not being able to be with you for this important event, as I'm currently attending the International Labour Conference in Geneva. Nevertheless, I would like to offer some thoughts on the topic of today's panel discussion. As a Pathfinder country of the Alliance 8.7, and an EU member state, I do believe that France can share its experience in order to improve mobilization, collaboration, and engagement of all stakeholders. Before talking about the French national strategy, I want to present broadly the Alliance 8.7. It is a UN partnership against forced labor, child labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery, and part of the UN Sustainable Development Target 8.7, which aims to eliminate child labor by 2025 and forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery by 2030. I want to give you a few figures to underscore the scale of the problem. The ILO estimates that 50 million people are victims of modern slavery, and 160 million children are victims of child labor. The principle of the Alliance 8.7 is quite innovative. The idea is to bring all willing stakeholders around the table to accelerate efforts to achieve target 8.7. It includes more than 400 partners, governments, international organizations, civil society, social partners, universities, and business networks. Initially, it was an alliance of emerging Pathfinder countries, but 3 developed countries joined as Pathfinder. First France, then the Netherlands, and finally Germany in 2023. These 3 countries have had to adjust their strategy as the challenges are not the same as for the other countries in the global south. France has played a continues to play a leading role within Alliance 8.7. I had the chance to presiding the alliance between 2019 and 2023. During this time, France led a number of developments. As I said, the definition of Pathfinders were broadened to include countries from both North and South. All countries have a shared responsibility in this regard. Northern countries must set an example at home, but they can also make a difference at the international level. For example, with a duty of diligence of their major companies in global supply chains. Being a Pathfinder country means going faster and further, acting at home and abroad. In 2021, France achieved Pathfinder status after adopting a national acceleration strategy. This strategy proposes to join forces with all stakeholders to accelerate the fight against the exploitation of vulnerable populations in France and around the world. 9 ministries and the Interministerial Mission Against Trafficking in Human Beings, 6 business networks, all the French social partners, about 40 NGOs and associations, the European institutions and international organizations concerned all played an active role in drawing it up. Basically, the strategy sets out several priorities along 3 axes. First, increasing prevention by strengthening stakeholders' ability to act. This means informing, training, and equipping society as a whole. Second, better protect victims by making progress in detection, care, and remedy. Third, give our action ambitious and demanding European and international impetus. The implementation of the National Acceleration Strategy is evaluated at regular intervals by a specific body which brings together all stakeholders. As part of this strategy, France has launched several initiatives. It rose awareness among local associations. The government has drawn to a 3rd national action plan to combat the exploitation and trafficking of human beings, covering the year 2024 to 2027. The Initiative for Compliance and Sustainability, which was launched in 1998, contributes to this strategy as well. It is composed of 70 companies, mostly French, and deploys social standards in over 70 countries based on the French due diligence legislation, the UN and OECD guidelines, and also ILO standards. This initiative deploys field audits to draw up these standards and monitor their application. From 2022 to 2023, it conducted more than 4,000 audits on the field. The publication of a training guide for professionals on the identification and protection of victims of human trafficking, the path towards the eradication of modern slavery is a narrow one, but I believe concrete initiatives such as Alliance 8.7 are of great help. I sincerely encourage everyone to join the Alliance 8.7. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was Ms. Anouche Carver from the government of France and former chair of the Alliance 8.7. So the panel, as I said before, it's very diverse and really with tremendous experiences in the matters that we're discussing this morning relating to Alliance 8.7 Pathfinder country. I don't know if we have now Madam Helen Apio, who is the Labor Commissioner, at the Ministry of Labor. So sorry? It's not yet. Okay. So as you try to bring her in, I'd like to see to invite Miss Irene Wantmeyer to give a brief, a kind of a brief presentation on the ILO effort to support Pathfinder countries. So she works for ILO Brussels. Really, I'm not gonna give her full bio, so you can find it in the handbook that was sent to you. So all the bios of all the speakers are in there. So, so thank you so much, Miss Irene, and please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Bukini. So basically what I will do, so now you just listen to the French country examples. I will take a step back and kind of give you the overall framework, let's say. But it's good that you already heard one example. So the Alliance 8.7, founded in 2016 after the SDG, aimed to bring all the partners together to work towards achieving the target 8.7. So in 2018, then the Pathfinder country strategy was launched. And basically the idea was to get some countries to lead as an example, to take a special commitment to accelerate achieving 8.7. And to do that, they would do that primarily through developing and implementing national roadmaps or strategies. And the idea here was for those countries then to bring together the whole of government, so not just one ministry, all relevant government partners, but also all relevant stakeholders that were already working on it. So you have your social partners in business and workers organizations, but of course civil society organizations, survivors networks, academia, anyone in the country who is working on it, and to take stock of what is already happening, because a lot of times there's already national commitments against, for instance, child labor, then there's other commitments, human trafficking, there may be other commitments on forced labor, other commitments on due diligence in the supply chain. So the idea is here really to create this national roadmap, bringing all these different stands that probably already exist together and to report on it annually. And as Anushi has mentioned, it was open, so it's open to any country of any economic development status. And to this date, we have 37 countries that either already are Pathfinder countries or have expressed interest in doing so. And for Europe and Central Asia, it was mentioned, so you have 3 EU countries, France, Germany, Netherlands, and then Albania, and then very recently Turkey joined as well. And 23 countries have adopted these roadmap to date. And then in 2023, a Pathfinder country accountability framework was adopted. Basically, it's to make these Pathfinder country commitments more credible, to have better oversight, to guide those countries better what it means to become a Pathfinder country, what it means when you express interest, the planning phase, the implementation phase, the monitoring, and the review phase. And I know that Free the Slaves, you played a very, real driving force behind this framework, so you may even say more about it. And in 2023, what was very positive, all 21 Pathfinder countries that were expected to report on the progress did do so. And then these reports are examined by the SDG 8.7 Monitoring Working Group, which is a subgroup of the Global Coordinating Group. So the Alliance 8.7 is there's kind of a steering committee, a coordinating group, and they have different subgroups. And they look at it and they give comments, and they also expect that comments are taken into consideration. There's now also, you can be an applicant country, you can be an active Pathfinder country, it means you're meeting your obligations, or you can be an inactive country. So some of the key learnings, so what have we learned so far? So what we see the value in having these Pathfinder countries is in fact indeed that it does bring together all these different, or it aims to bring together all these different strands, because I know in EU countries you have the trafficking people, you have the child labor people, forced labor you have sometimes, but really to bring all of this together, and also all the different government agencies. And from discussions from my colleagues, I know that this is also precisely the point where many countries struggle. So it's not, it sounds so easy, whole of government approach, let's bring everyone together. But this is also where maybe more work needs to be done. But this is also the value that it brings. And then also what maybe what has been very helpful is that as a Pathfinder countries, there's an annual forum that brings together the applicants and the existing Pathfinder countries to exchange. And so the next one will be in December 2024. Yeah. And I mentioned already some of the struggles. It's bringing all these stakeholders together and then also ensuring that the consultation that leads up to development of these roadmaps, that these are done in a kind of in a comprehensive way and really get like a deep consultation, not a superficial one. So this is the update that I could give on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Irene, for that wonderful kind of a overview of what the Alliance 8.7 Pathfinder country process is. Now, in some of these countries have been able to really embrace the accountability framework and follow through the requirement. It is a binding document, and one of those countries, and two of those countries are, you know, Kenya and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the idea is to really share how they did it in a way that really making sure that key partners are really involved into the development of the roadmaps, which is a big policy piece that is very important to make sure the process is as consultative and inclusive enough. The example is the DRC. And I'm very pleased to have Mr. Joseph Murula, who is the National Task Force Coordinator for the Alliance 8.7. And what he will try to kind of share with us is how they were able to involve survivors in the redevelopment of the roadmap. And we're going to also hear the same from Kenya. These are the two countries that have been leading the example. And I want to really mention a really special thank you to the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office for the support they provided to Free the Slaves to make sure survivors are involved in the redefining of the roadmap, you know, at least in the first phase. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Joseph Murula. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. And please take the floor, share with us how the process was.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boukeni. Comme il l'a dit, moi, c'est Monsieur Joseph Murula. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je suis l'assistant secrétaire général à l'emploi et au travail en République démocratique du Congo. D'ailleurs, c'est lui qui devrait être là parce que nous sommes à Genève dans le cadre de la conférence internationale du travail et il m'a dépêché pour venir le représenter dans cette réunion. Et recevez aussi ses salutations. En fait, je voulais commencer mon intervention par une citation de Gandhi. La citation qui dit que tout ce que vous faites pour moi, sans moi et contre moi. Et la République démocratique du Congo est un pays pionnier de l'Alliance 8.7, comme l'a dit Madame Irène de l'OIT. C'est vers les années 2018 que la République démocratique du Congo avait pris l'engagement de mettre fin ou d'abolir le pire forme de travail des enfants, c'est-à-dire mettre fin au travail des enfants, au travail forcé, à la traite des personnes et à l'esclavage moderne. Quand la République démocratique du Congo avait pris cet engagement, et il allait s'inscrire, n'est-ce pas, dans la logique de l'OIT qui voudrait, à la fin de 2030, mettre fin à tous ces fléaux, d'où l'Alliance 8.7. Et le fléau, c'est le pire forme de travail des enfants, c'est-à-dire une exploitation économique dont nos enfants sont victimes dans beaucoup de pays du monde, y compris la République démocratique du Congo. Ces enfants sont exploités dans des commerces, dans des travaux domestiques. Ces enfants sont exploités dans des mines, ils sont utilisés dans des carrières minières. Ces enfants sont utilisés, sont exploités sexuellement et ces enfants sont aussi soumis à des travaux forcés. Et si je peux aller très loin, les enfants sont aussi utilisés dans des groupes armés, dans des conflits armés en République démocratique du Congo. Alors, le gouvernement de la RDC voulait mettre fin à ce fléau. Et pour mettre fin à ce fléau, il fallait que toutes les parties prenantes, tout le secteur qui travaille dans la protection de l'enfant puissent se mettre ensemble et lutter contre ce fléau. C'est ainsi que il y a eu un atelier qui était organisé en 2021. D'ailleurs, cet atelier était financé par le BIT, l'Organisation internationale du travail. Et dans cet atelier, on avait identifié les priorités stratégiques pour essayer de mettre fin ou abolir les pires formes du travail des enfants. Après cet atelier, il y a eu une feuille de route. Et cette feuille de route des priorités stratégiques a été présentée au sein de l'Alliance 8.7. Lors de la présentation de cette feuille de route au sein des groupes de coalition mondiale, c'est là que nous avons identifié un autre partenaire, c'est le Free the Slaves. Le Free the Slaves avait présenté des commentaires par rapport à notre feuille de route et on s'était rendu compte que la feuille de route avait un peu d'insuffisance parce que la feuille de route avait réuni tous les partenaires, mais on s'était rendu compte que on ne faisait pas vraiment allusion ou on ne mettait pas accent sur le survivant. C'est pourquoi au début, j'ai commencé mon intervention par un adage qui dit que tout ce que vous faites pour moi, sans moi et contre moi. Les survivants, ce sont des personnes qui ont vécu des atrocités telles que l'a présenté le docteur, le précédent intervenant. Les atrocités, les blessures, ça veut dire que ce sont eux qui savent la réalité de ces esclavagisme, ce sont eux qui savent la réalité de la traite de personnes. Et cette notion était vraisemblablement ignorée dans la feuille de route. Et M. Boukeni, lors de cette présentation de la feuille de route, il avait soulevé ces éléments, ce qui avait interpellé la République démocratique du Congo. Alors, pour intégrer cette notion de survivants, la RDC avait organisé d'abord un atelier et dans cet atelier, nous avions invité les survivants qui avaient présenté, n'est-ce pas, les différentes doléances ou les propositions qu'on devrait inclure dans la feuille de route. Après cet atelier, il y a un autre atelier en 2023. Cet atelier, c'était pour évaluer l'ancienne feuille de route afin de l'actualiser. Et cette évaluation avait eu lieu. Free the Slaves avait participé à cette évaluation. Les partenaires techniques et financiers avaient participé. Notamment, nous pouvons citer le BIT qui avait participé. Nous pouvons citer l'ambassade de Belgique, l'UNICEF, l'organisation, l'OIM ou l'Organisation internationale de migration qui avait participé. Nous pouvons aussi citer l'Union européenne avait participé à cette évaluation. Et donc, tous les partenaires étaient rassemblés pour évaluer l'ancienne feuille de route. Et on avait compris qu'il était impérieux d'inclure les survivants dans la nouvelle feuille de route. Et c'est comme ça qu'on avait organisé des travaux au sein maintenant de la Task Force Alliance 8.7 que je coordonne. Nous avons organisé des travaux avec les survivants et ces travaux ont pu actualiser la feuille de route. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons une nouvelle feuille de route qui inclut maintenant la notion de survivants au sein de la feuille de route des priorités stratégiques de l'Alliance 8.7 au sein de la République démocratique du Congo. Il faut vous dire qu'il y a des avancées jusque-là qu'on a enregistrées parce qu'il y a un projet, le projet Coteco, qui est un projet financé par le bailleur via l'Organisation internationale du travail. Et ce projet Coteco a mis en place un système de suivi et de remédiation du travail des enfants dans le secteur minier. Et c'est un projet qui travaille dans 3 provinces pilotes, notamment la province de Okatanga, la province de Lualaba et la province de Kalemi. Ces 3 provinces, on a su identifier plus de 12 000 enfants dans le secteur minier. Et ces enfants, après les avoir identifiés, on est maintenant à la phase où il faut voir comment réinsérer ces enfants dans la société. Les enfants qui doivent rentrer à l'école, il faut les ramener à l'école. Les enfants parce que la présence des enfants dans le secteur minier, c'est dû soit aux conditions de vie, à la pauvreté, soit à la mort de l'un des parents, ou soit tout simplement à l'influence de l'environnement. Alors, tous ces enfants-là, nous sommes en train d'étudier les causes qui font que ces enfants se trouvent dans le secteur minier. Et quand nous allons terminer à identifier les causes, nous allons apporter des remédiations. Voilà un peu le travail qui est en train de se faire au sein de la République démocratique du Congo. Pour ne pas monopoliser la parole, je vais d'abord m'arrêter par là. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Murula, for that wonderful presentation of the work that is being done in the DRC. I don't know if we now have Madam Helen. Okay, now we have Madam Helen from the government of Kenya. She's the labor commissioner for the government of Kenya, and we'll hear from her a few remarks in terms of how Kenya is a country that has expressed interest in becoming Pathfinder country and has been also in the process of engaging with survivors as they are in the process of developing their roadmap. So please welcome Madam Helen.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting Kenya to participate in this particular forum. I am doing this on the margins of the International Labour Conference, but nevertheless, I'll try and give it my support and contribution to the extent possible. And I just want to say Kenya is one of the countries that is keen on being part of the Pathfinder countries 8.7, Alliance 8.7. We did apply for that and were given indications of admission. And I'm saying so because we didn't get clear communication or instructions as to the process. Hence, our earlier application was delayed in terms of processing. But we are on course now, given the feedback we have been given. And we have developed a roadmap, which then we'll be sharing out for final clearance. Of course, we're looking at the areas of forced labor, child labor, human trafficking as key areas of intervention. And the development of this, we have done this, bringing together the tripartite, the employers, workers, and government. And of course, the civil society remains a critical partner in addressing those evils that we have in society. Now, what are the main lessons that we have learned in our collaboration with the Free the Slaves? We have had the organization alongside local civil society come together to try and support the government in withdrawing persons who have found themselves in difficult situations, particularly in the Middle East, And we have many Kenyans all running over 200,000 who work in the Middle East. That is in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. Those are the three areas that we have bilateral agreements, but we also have other neighboring countries whom we do not have a bilateral agreement, but we are working towards concluding memorandum of understandings or BLAs. That would include other countries like Oman, Bahrain, and several others, which I could give about 7 of them. Now, for instance, we do have labor attaches posted in those 3 countries where we have bilateral agreements. But for instance, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is an expansive country, very large country, and you only have the attache based at the capital. Now, in terms of reach out, it is normally difficult. And you find then we have to work in liaison, not just with the local authorities, but also with civil society, who have come in handy to help employees or migrant labor Kenyans who are in distress. So in locating them, in removing them from distressful situations and giving them the necessary link with the authorities, be it the courts, be it the Kenyan mission, and including repatriation. So in brief, that is what I would say in terms of the participation, but also in offering essential services like counseling to migrants who are in distress. That has been very, very handy. And to that extent, Chairman, I don't know if I've exhausted my time or I'm rushing you through. We are very, very grateful for the partnership we've had. We've had with the Free the Slave, but also really the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, who has been behind all this in terms of support, technical support to the countries. Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Helen, for that overview, and I really much appreciate you taking the time to join us despite other key engagement that you have there in Geneva. And I wish, I don't know if you still have time for questions, but we're going to hear a couple more speakers, and then we're going to move into the question. But if the time does not allow, really, we thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Chair,
As we now
one
heard
question if you
from
wish.
government stakeholders and other key partners, I think this process will not be successful without the involvement of survivors and their guidance and leadership in really shaping up these kind of strategic ideas in, for eradicating forced labor, child labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. I would now like to invite Ms. Bernadette Agano, who is also a part of the survivors that were included in the process in the DRC, to give us an overview in terms of how was it working with the government in the DRC in trying to shape up the roadmap that Mr. Joseph Murula has talked about this morning. Over to you, Ms. Agano.
Thank you so much, Bukini, for this. Thanks to everyone. Thank you also for the opportunity to speak at this esteemed forum. It's an honor for me to be here and share insights on the critical issue of survivor engagement with the democratic Republic of government concerning the Alliance 7. As Mr. Bukeni have said, my name is Bernadette Agano, and I'm very honored to be here today as a survivor leader to share my insights and experience with you, but also as a survivor that is the member of the Free the Slave staff in TRC. So I have been deeply involved in the effort of the Democratic Republic of Congo government on the Alliance 8.7 roadmap, alongside 4 other survivor leaders. And it's a privilege to contribute to this important discussion on translating the Europe agenda on combating forced labor, human trafficking, child labor, and modern slavery into tangible actions. Our work as Free the Slave has taken us across various initiatives, focusing on ensuring that survivors' voices are heard and integrated into policy-making processes, and also being a part of the DRC task force against modern slavery for the Alliance 7 as a survivor representative. As it has been previously said, the Alliance 8.7 initiative is very crucial as it brings together government, civil society, and other stakeholders to accelerate efforts toward the 8.7 of the SDG. So in the DRC, survivor engagement have been cornerstone in shaping effective and inclusive policy, since survivors have taken proactive steps to engage with the government by participating in policy discussion in government workshop, have, as it has been said by the DRC government representative, Joseph Murula, and survivors have been contributing to the development of survivor recommendation to be included in the roadmap. So survivor involvement in tailoring these recommendations have been instrumental in ensuring that both roadmap and policies reflect the realities of survivors on the ground. So let me just repeat what have been said, that what you do for me without me is not for me. So this engagement, this survivor engagement, has ensured that the roadmap is not just a theoretical document, but a practical guide influenced by a real life experience. So regular consultation with survivors have highlighted the need for specific support services, and have resulted in the creation of a Congolese coalition of survivors of modern slavery, which is underway. This ensures that our efforts are grounded in the real experiences and need of survivors. But despite the progress, the journey has not been without challenges. So some of them are societal stigma toward survivors that poses significant barrier in their healing journey and their growth in leadership. But overcoming these challenges require persistent effort and support from not only friends and families, but also from all the stakeholders with they interact. So we have learned that survivor engagement must be continuous and supported by all levels of society engagement, must be as one of the best practices for this include creating a safe space for survivors to share their experiences and ensuring that their contributions are valued and acted. So from survivor experience, as I am one of them, we learn the importance of survivor engagement, community involvement, and sustained effort. These lessons are valuable as we suggest really replicating in other regions. Why not in Europe? As a survivor, I urge all stakeholders here today to continue supporting survivor engagement. Prioritize our voices in your effort combating modern slavery and recognize that our insights are invaluable in creating effective solutions. Let us remember that the fight against modern slavery requires collaborative effort, and thanks for this forum. We are here today. So we must continue to foster dialogue and cooperation among all stakeholders to ensure that our collective effort lead to meaningful and lasting changes. I would like to invite each of you to reflect your roles and contributions toward achieving the SDG target 8.7 and also actively participate and support survivor-led organizations and survivor-led collaborations, survivor-led initiative. In the name of all the survivors from DRC, I would like to thank, first of all, Free the Slave for giving us a space to express ourselves as survivors, but also for the trainings and capacity building of survival leader on the issue of modern slavery and human trafficking, but also in the process of developing survivor recommendation with the support of FCDO, which really facilitated the funding of this project. But we would like also to thank the Congolese government through the Ministry of Labor represented today, and also the National Task Force for the 8.7 Alliance for the inclusion of survivors' recommendation in the roadmap, as well as all the partners who made this possible. This is a victory for survivors, and this is just the beginning. By working together and ensuring that survivors are not only at the heart of our initiative, but are fully included in them, can make really significant strides toward a world free from modern slavery. I would like to thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your attention and commitment to this cause. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Bernadette, for that brilliant address. Really very much appreciated. I now want to invite Ida Muli from Kenya, who also participated in the process of the kind of strategic priorities for Kenya. And please, Miss Ida, please take the floor.
Yeah, greetings everyone. My name is Ida Muli from Kenya. I'm the chairperson of the Survivor Network Kenya. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have played a pivotal role in my being here today. A special thanks to FCDO and Free the Slaves for their survivor engagement initiative and the support and training they have provided to survivors during the Alliance 8.7 Kenya. Yeah, I appreciate the government of Kenya, especially the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, the International Labor Organization in Kenya, for their, and other civil society organizations that have participated to collaborate us with this Alliance 8.7 for the Kenya to become a Pathfinder country. Being a survivor leader and part of the Pathfinder process and Alliance 8.7 in Kenya has been an incredible journey, not only for me, but for other survivors of forced labor, modern day slavery, human trafficking and child labor. Before the Alliance 8.7 process in Kenya, we survivors did not have a clear platform to work collectively in process like Alliance 8.7. A very notable and significant outcome process has been the formation of the Survivor Network in Kenya, which I'm part of it. It encompasses survivors from different parts of the country working with different grassroots organizations. And as a result of the Alliance 8.7 process, we became more visible, and our efforts and expertise are being recognized. Are being recognized more. For example, last week we were invited to contribute the drafting of the Universal Periodic Review Kenya report. The previous week, I had a privilege of being a keynote speaker at a conference organized by ILO Africa. And today I'm happy to be part of the Europe Freedom from Slavery Forum. Indeed, survivor engagement with the Alliance 8.7 process in Kenya has opened doors for us to engage in other policy spaces. The numerous meetings and trainings we have had in Kenya with the support of Free the Slaves and roles that the government of Kenya played to opening space for us shows that the country roadmaps can be meaningful, impactful, and realistic with survivor engagement. The Alliance 8.7 process in Kenya has truly been a game changer. It has set a new standard on the significance of survivor involvement in crafting policies that are not only inclusive, but also speak directly to the issues. Despite our harrowing past experiences, we now feel acknowledged. Our lived experiences are not in vain. They have now become powerful tools for influencing change, and not only the national level, but also in the regional and global stages, which we are really honored and humbled to always participate. Today, I'm calling on all stakeholders, especially the governments represented here, to involve survivors in policy decisions. And please ensure that every policy, every strategy, and every action you take is not only informed by, but also led by the voice of survivors where possible. Lastly, I take this opportunity to invite different stakeholders to partner with survivors. And as survivors, we are eager to share the wealth and ideas and learnings from our different experiences that we've encountered in the past. And we are looking forward to grow more so that we can also contribute to the global changes that we want from our Pathfinder countries. And I know in future, things will change because the voices of survivors are being heard, and our consideration gives us more efforts to continue supporting the government and other organizations to bring change to the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Muli. Really very much appreciate your address and really sharing with us, how involved you were and your colleagues in the process of the drafting of the Kenya National Strategy for combating, modern slavery as it tend to become one of the Pathfinder countries. I think we have our colleague Marco, who is the director at Global March Against Child Labor, who will now share with us the experiences working within Pathfinder countries and being part of the Alliance as one of the civil society organizations that sit on the global coordinating group of the Alliance 8.7. Ms. Marco, please.
Thank you, Bukini. I also want to thank Free the Slaves for organizing this important symposium, and we are glad to be a part of it. Yeah, it's not easy to be the last panelist and holding you from the coffee break, so I'm being as brief as possible. So what I want to do with you is share some learnings of the Pathfinder process that we had as CSOs and the way we are supporting them to work together. As you know, I'm coming from the Netherlands, as you can hear from my accent, unfortunately, but I'm also part with working with the Netherlands government on their Pathfinder process, but in a different capacity. So I've seen it from both ways. What I want to share with you is 3 lessons that we have learned. And the first one is that CSOs need to organize themselves. Why is this important? Because CSO's participation is really important to this process, but as we know, we're very disorganized. We come with all kinds of questions and ask, which is not helpful to the process. So CSOs who want to engage with the government and be part of their alliance need to organize because they are being less likely to be effective as they are unorganized and being just one of the CSOs asking for things. What we have done in Uganda, which is under a project which we are thankfully can organize with the US Department of Labor, is organize CSOs. What we have done is we brought 30 CSOs together who work on the issue of child labor. Because we are a child labor organization, so our focus is more on child labor. And what we have done is we developed a strategy together. So what we want to do and how we want to participate in the Alliance 8.7 process. This not only includes high-level CSOs, it also includes grassroots CSOs and survivors. In our case, that means former child laborers who participated in this as well. We are not going with 30 CSOs to the government because that's too much. They have selected representation. So CSOs are being represented. They have discussions among each other. They come up with a plan that they want to discuss. And the important part of this is that it streamlines positions. And that really helps the government to really see, okay, this is not just coming one CSO who has one idea. No, it's a larger group of CSOs who feel this is important. So for us, that kind of process is something that we want to promote more and really to organize CSOs. We are doing this now as well as in the Netherlands. We're going to organize with CSOs and trade unions to say, okay, this is what is needed, Dutch government to really address the issue of child labor. And the only thing when I was worrying about the Dutch process is that it looks a lot outside, but not inside. So we are missing organizations within the Netherlands who are working on human trafficking and on modern slavery. They are not so much included. The trade unions are there, of course, and they play a really crucial role to address human trafficking, but NGOs who are working on this topic in the Netherlands are not so much included. The other thing is, second learning is that CSOs need to advocate based on the values and principles of the organizations. So it's not project-based advocacy. Because that's a short-term vision that ends when the funding stops, and that's not helpful for government because we want to be a credible partner. It also affects your authority on the topic that you're discussing. So that's a learning for us. It's also important then for the government to do their due diligence on which organizations they work with. We have seen many roadmaps have been developed with either no CSO representation or with CSO representations who provide funding, but their core work is not linked to SDG 8.7. So the organization is also not rooted within the country. And so that's, for us, a really important learning. And the third and last learning, so we can go to the coffee. The way that roadmap priorities have been developed, they have been set up very broad, either not too ambitious, language that doesn't speak to anyone. It's first of all, that CSOs are part to look critically to what the work that the government is proposing. So the roadmap priorities need to be practical, and we heard that already quite a few times now. So they need to be smart. The other thing, but also we saw in lots of cases, that the roadmap priorities are not linked to the National Action Plan. So you come up with a new set of priorities which are not linked to the National Action Plan. For us, if you have a National Action Plan, the roadmap priorities are basically how you're going to implement the National Action Plan in reality. What steps do you need to take? They don't need to be like very, with a large horizon. No, they need to be like, this I can do for the next year and to make sure that it happens. Be practical on what you want to do. the government leads that process. As CSOs, we are here to participate, to help, and implement together. We had a regional symposium just last week, and then one of the participants said, we need a government with a plan. And that's really important, because if the government doesn't have a plan, we cannot participate or help to implement it. So that's a really important lesson we had from that West African symposium. And that's the only three lessons I want to bring now. So I'm still in time for everybody to get in time to coffee. And I want to thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marco. I'm sure, thank you so much for keeping us on time. Not on time, but, not wait too long before we can take our coffee. I know we have so many questions. There are people online. I probably don't want to kind of keep you in here for long, because I know other sessions that are very interesting are coming up. Maybe if the moderator or if the MC may allow, 2 questions only. If 2 questions would be possible, please ask them. I think we have almost everybody here, including colleagues online, except the government of France, who is not, it was a video. But if you have 2 questions, and then we can ask for more questions as we meet outside for coffee. Any questions? Yes, Jasmine.
You hear me now? Fantastic. Really fantastic presentations and very, very interesting. I learnt a lot. I think one of the recurring themes is the sort of consultation, the engagement of civil society, and in particular survivors in that mix. And, I found myself sort of bristling a little bit when there was a sort of civil society needs to get organised, because I thought we're trying, often on a shoestring. And so and that's not, it's not that there isn't a will. And I think what I heard, I guess, was the sense that when we give time and when we give the right kind of resources, we can really harness that wisdom and that engagement of both survivor voices and the wider civil society. So my question really is one that gets to the heart of what the kind of donor frameworks and responses need to look like in order to give the support for civil society to organise, because I think that's part of the challenge.
Great, that brilliant question, Jasmine. I want to take the last one, and then I think, as I look, Marco will probably address the question that Jasmine has asked. Any other questions? Just one. Yes, Dr. Hoyanes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for the presenters. I just want to ask one question around survivors and what they bring to the discussion. Is it just their lived experience that they come up with, or other kind of experiences as well? Because I feel there is an essentialization of the idea of survivorship, where their lived experience are completely reduced to the survivor. But beyond that survivorship, there is also an experience, a capacity for them to bring as well. So what are the things that they're bringing outside of their lived experiences and these discussions, and what are they telling? And if there are any processes to identify those skills that are not just rooted in survivorship.
Thank you so much. I'm sure. Oh, do we still have Bernadette or Muli?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm here.
probably we're going to call them to answer the question that was asked by Dr. Johannes. Maybe we start with Marco, the very important question that Jasmine has asked. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And it's not too easy to answer, by the way, because CSOs are quite scattered and splintered when it comes to certain topics. But what is important within projects or programs that you can do on organizing CSOs. First of all, make sure that you work with the right NGOs. And I would say that people will always say, I'm the right NGO, I'm the right NGO, but you need to see, looking at what kind of background they have and what kind of values they have. And when it comes to programmatic interventions, it's good that you have a donor who allows you to take the time to develop capacity of CSOs on how to work together. Because we are very good in making statements, but how to work together and also to see, okay, I cannot bring everything to the table because my counterpart will not allow it. So that process is really important. The other process is also to make sure that you come up with a strategy that you want to follow, but also to have accountability towards everybody that they follow up on that strategy. So that is a really important part. And a donor who allows you to go into that process and also work with organizations who understand that, and an organization who can coordinate that. And that is really important to get into that process. But I know from all kinds of aspects, working on the child labor issue for now many years with different countries, with different organizations, even within the Netherlands, it's very difficult to come into that process. But you have, and I think that's also one of the important things of the Alliance 8.7, you have now an organization that represents you over there. Let's at least start that process with them and see how we can work that within the countries. I hope that answers your question.
Great, thank you so much, Marco. I'm sure the conversation will continue, at lunch or coffee break. The other question that Dr. Johannes asked, I think, I would like to invite Bernadette to take a bite on that question, and then Ms. Muli also will maybe chime in as well. Go ahead, Bernadette.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bukeni, and thank you so much for this question. I don't know who asked this question, but thank you. It's a very important question, and it happens a lot that we have been asked that question. So what I may say is that, first of all, we should acknowledge the fact that anyone can be a survivor. Modern slavery, human trafficking can happen to anyone. You can be graduated, you can be not, how can I say this? At a certain level of education, but still, this can still happen to you. So, and the importance, and this is where come the importance of sensibilization, so people know that this can happen to anyone. So, talking about lived experience of survivors, it's very important to acknowledge that these people, us survivors, have capacities, and this capacity can be leading capacity, can be advocacy capacities, and it's very important to organizations that work with survivors to acknowledge these capacities so that they can include survivors in the process of the fight against modern slavery, so that these survivors can work in this field, in anti-human trafficking field, and bring their knowledge on this. So talking about Free the Slave, we, with one of our head organization that is our partner, we have made what we call a Survivor Leadership Academy. So we understand that as survivors are on a healing journey, we need to, to bring up on their leadership so that they can gain more capacity, lead their own organization, and as our friend said, take their place to the table. So I'm gonna let my friend Aida to add a little bit more what I have been said, but this is my answer question. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bukeni and Bernadette, for giving the opportunity to give an answer. For me, I would say that survivors have lived these 4 clusters that we are trying to counter. Yeah? We have victims who've been of forced labor, modern day slavery, human trafficking, and child labor. And when we come out of it, we become survivors. And we are the voice of the voiceless, the ones who are still suffering there. They can always reach out to us. Then we also have the experience. We've lived that experience and we know how forced labor is. Like, for instance, I was trafficked, but I ended up being forced to work. So I'm also a survivor of forced labor. So I understand it more than someone who is working in a civil society and doesn't have the experience. We've also encountered this kind of abuse in the places where we work, and we know what is missing. The gaps that are missing, we are the ones who can link our governments and donors and civil societies to know where to focus on. So I don't think if I have much to add, because Bernadette has already said about the Survivor Leadership Academy, where we are being empowered to become leaders, so that one day our voices might be heard. Even when we have our own networks and organizations supporting us and mentoring us, we really feel privileged. We also thank Free the Slaves for, like, when they came to Kenya, they got survivors from different civil society organizations. They didn't pick from one place, but all organizations are being included because our recommendations came from the survivors. And when we drafted the report that now the government is about to submit, the survivors sat down, we sat and we discussed about the issues and the challenges and what recommendation we'd like to have. Then the civil society came and joined us so that they could check where they could strengthen the points. And now the document is already in the hands of the government, meaning that where we were, we really did a great job, especially during the research, because we were interviewing different people who have gone through different types of abuses, the 4 clusters. So I think survivors are great people who you can always ask them to support you when you want to reach to a survivor, or you want to know a story of some lived experience that you don't have in your organization, because someone who is suffering is easily comfortable talking to a fellow survivor who has already overcome that victimhood, and they have already healed, to listen to others who are still suffering. And through our experiences, we're also strengthening them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Muli and Bernadette, for those wonderful responses. I know, the conversation will continue at the coffee break. Even people with no lived experience may want to give some ideas as well, because the question is really quite very strategic and a very important question. So I'm sure the conversation will continue. So I want to really ask if you can give us 1 more minute, because Mr. Marco wanted just to add one little thing that he thinks is very important to the question that was asked by Jasmine.
Okay, a lot of pressure on me now. No, I think it's a very good question, and it's also important. But I'm talking now from child laborers and former child laborers, because that requires a different way approaching them, and that's not always easy. But we are now building their capacity as well. We organize them as well as former child laborers or children still in child labor. And what we now do is they formulate in a charter of demand, which is being included within the CSO strategy. So we take that into account, and that is what is being advocated towards the government. But it is a very inclusive process. But working with children is also quite challenging to make sure that you filter out what they are saying. But yeah, we're trying to translate that within the CSO strategy. So that is how we work on it right now. And love to hear more examples and to see how we can improve on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco. I think it's now time to hand over to Davina. I thank you all for listening to us. I'm sure the discussions will continue, and really thank you so much for your attention in the past session.
Thank you, sir. That was a very well moderated panel. And
thank you and welcome to our session. Min and I are going to run this a little bit like a bit of a workshop. So there's a couple of things where we want to share some experiences we've had, but also really get you to participate. And just before we start, you might want your phones or laptops or something available because we have an online interactive piece that we'll bring up in a bit. Should we start by introducing ourselves? Would you like to go first?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Do we have people online in the session or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So welcome to folks online. You currently exist in IDEA right now. So hi, I'm Dr. Min Deng. I am the co-founder and current executive director of Survivor Alliance and also a part-time research fellow at the University of Nottingham under Survivor Scholarship and Wellbeing.
And I'm Lois Bozata. I'm at the Rights Lab at the University of Nottingham, and I head up our business development and partnerships. But yeah, representing all of our work today.
So you don't have to worry or wonder, this is a somewhat California, somewhat British, West Midlands accent, but I live here in the UK. So we're going to go through 3 bits today. We're going to talk about some case studies of survivor leadership and policy program design, talk about some of the principles, and then get you to do a scenario with us. Mm-hmm. So to get started, we're going to have you brainstorm some examples. So if you could go to slido.com on your phones.
Mm-hmm. Just leave it up a second, Lauren, while people, in case they want to use the QR code instead.
Yeah. And then
otherwise,
if you go to slido.com, they'll ask you for a number and you'll put in 3663428. And folks online, you can do this as well.
Yes, please join in online as well. It'd be great to have more voices. No, it's just the digits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah.
Is it not happening for you?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll open it in a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Can you thanks, Lauren. Are you able to now switch to the Slido screen and open the first question? So yeah, we'll say it's closed at the moment. We open it as we need to.
So what will come on the screen shortly is what you see and the questions. But to get you, do you want to share the questions, those as people start to get?
Yeah.
Thinking?
So you just want to click present on the right down here. Yeah. And then that's it. Press the little green play button as well, and that should bring up the first one. Great. So the first question here is, what survivor leadership and engagement practices have you seen and engaged in? And ideally, this is kind of thinking about, some positive examples as well. So we just want to share any kinds of examples you've engaged in.
So we've heard some from this morning, but whether you yourself have engaged in them or you have helped facilitate them, if you could write them. So we heard about workshops. You know, there's a specific survivor engagement or survivor focused stakeholder workshop. So what are some other engagement opportunities you've seen?
And you can be little details of, good practice, or it could be like a strategic program, whatever comes to mind. And I think you type and press send, play, and they'll start popping up. So no, that's the same. Yeah, same. Cool.
Okay, great. So we're seeing some now.
If you've done one, do another one, if you can think of one. The great thing about this is we can also collect the list at the end, so we can start to share them out. Cool. So as they come in, we've got Leadership Academy internships, and we heard earlier as well about empowerment training, calls for evidence, so participating in that, and participatory action research. I like that.
We saw advisory councils, mentorship.
Yeah. We saw some specific programs, which is great.
So inputs into content messages for outreach campaigns.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, love all these examples. Thanks, guys. I think you can read as we go as well. Corporate strategy. Great to see some
business engagement.
Yeah. So let's pause there. Yeah, you can stop. And then let's move on to the next question. So the second question is about what kinds of fears and concerns you have about engaging with survivor leaders.
And if I may, Dr. Johannes brought one up, which is essentializing the identity of survivors. I think that's an absolute important concern.
And I think, it'd be great if we can be honest even about things we might think might be quite uncomfortable, because we want to learn together today.
Time constraints, I would say costs, financial costs. These are anonymous, so really it's okay if you're, I might even add it's becoming a fad. Resources.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe almost it not necessarily being able to see that sort of immediate impact of that engagement. The outcome of this might not directly affect that individual, or there's quite a few. Yeah, re-traumatization, good risk. Yeah. Yeah.
Status. Yep. Eurocentric gaze on inter-ethnic conflicts, absolutely. Yep, the line between protective and paternalistic, absolutely infighting. Okay, I think this is a great list. These are not surprising. We will hopefully address some of these in the case studies that we will share. Feel free to keep adding. But kind of first, we want to share some examples of what we mean by survivor engagement, because I think sometimes we don't talk about the brass tacks. And if that's an American statement, it's the inner workings of what survivor engagement in leadership and policy can look like. So
yeah, you can just go back to the holding slide for now. Thank you, Lauren. So shall I start with mine? So we both have some couple of examples. Mine to start off with was the engagement, particularly
the previous slide, Lauren, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go back. Even the one before that's fine as well. So this is about two individual experiences of individual consultants who worked with us on two different occasions, and one. And these were actually also both with a kind of business focus projects. We had one who was engaged through Survivor Alliance, who supported us, and this individual worked on the British Standard Committee for Organisational Responses to Modern Slavery. This survivor was engaged throughout the whole process, as any member of that committee were involved. And I think some things that we considered with this individual, one particularly, as you mentioned earlier as well, was about, what this person brought to that panel. They were as involved in raising their own ideas, contributions, suggestions, challenges, as any other member. It wasn't just about their story, and it wasn't just about actually only the things that were relevant to your story are the things that we want to hear about in this space. They were participating in all of those meetings. We did, we've talked a little bit about capacity building for survivor leaders, but in our case, we realized as well that there was as much capacity building needed for the other panel members, particularly with the hosting organization, to say, what does it look like to not bring maybe your own assumptions about how to involve them, or be asking only about their story, or to actually, encourage them and make sure that they were keeping in mind that individual throughout the process. So a couple of things included making sure when we were looking at the end of that process to promote the final content, we were doing a launch event, and this individual was involved in that launch event, that they had to go and actually not make assumptions about what sort of involvement he wanted, or what kind of story he wanted to be told, or about him, his role, or his contributions, but actually continually going back and making sure that he had ownership of that, and consent for those. And so that was, I think, our first example of an individual consultant, and that was,
And let me just add, so it was important that the British Standards Institute actually contracted with Survivor Alliance. So they provided funding to us to support him, as well as to pay him directly. So what we did was actually train some of the British Standards staff in order to work with him to make sure that they were well informed. And that main person was responsible for ensuring that the rest of the committee also interacted with that person in the right way. Consent to even talk about this opportunity today here. So making sure that there's somebody who's dealing with all of that in addition to the actual engagement piece.
Yeah. And then maybe the other element we'll come back to in the principles. And the other role that we had was an individual consultant who I met at another business forum. And we invited him, instead of where this first example, really the individual had a very set role, there was a set process to the development of that policy. And, as with every other committee member, there was that kind of organized, this is what you're here for, this is what we're discussing, and this will be the outcome. On the other occasion, we invited a survivor consultant, particularly in a much more open way. So we had some funding to say, come in, we'll pay you for you as an expertise with both your lived and your professional experience, and that what you can contribute throughout that time, let's shape that together. What could that look like? What conversations do you want to have with us? We gave them free rein to run a seminar on whatever topic he wanted to come and speak to our colleagues about, and he chose to do that on grievance mechanisms. But it was quite an interesting sort of interactive, thought-challenging, thought-provoking session that wasn't just, talking about the typical points that we make when we think about that from an institutional perspective. So that was a really good challenge to think about and send to workers. And he also came in, and during a number of days, over a period, a couple of months, they came in and just challenged us on different kinds of projects and spoke with different kinds of people within our research team. And that was just a really good way to kind of begin, particularly where, we've done some survivor participation in other areas of research, particularly in the well-being space, but with the business program, that was something we hadn't done enough of, and we knew that. And so one of the invitations was like, look, we're not doing this, we need to do more of this. We need to also think about how we can kind of include survivors better moving forward in our interactions with businesses. So let's come in and discuss that. And that open session, I think, was also just incredibly valuable. And this individual actually, I think at one point maybe mentioned a bit of a story, but a lot more of it was just to do with like his own kind of professional experience also as a consultant and as someone who's interested in business and entrepreneurship, and brought as much about that into that conversation as well. Min.
Sure. So an example now of including survivors in policy development. So some of you may have heard the United States has a U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking, and it is mostly people with lived experience on it. So I, as a survivor of trafficking and forced labor, worked with Senator Barbara Boxer. She was my state senator at the time, and other survivors. So, Evelyn was a part of that conversation. There are other survivors who said we needed higher level input. And so there was conversations with the senator, with other organizations, with what is the structure that would allow us to provide that input. Now, I personally, although I helped co-author the legislation, had questions about it. I didn't think that it was necessarily the most effective. It was going to be a small group relative to a large nation, and could all the subpopulations within survivor communities be represented? But there was sort of, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And so it was written into legislation, both the details of that committee as well as the existence of it. So a strategy there, we worked with our allies and to survivor leaders in the room and online and abroad. We want to be clear that when we talk about survivor engagement, we're not talking about to the exclusion of our allies. And I think people hear that. But what I want to say is that when you've been excluded for so long, you start to just focus on being included. And I've changed on my own perspective about that. But this was to create a space so that it wasn't just one survivor getting invited to be the representative for all survivors at a policy conversation. It was to have multiple survivors. And so in the legislation we talked about, we wanted it to be in legislation so that it wouldn't change with the administrations, right? So it wasn't this government is in, so the advisory council only exists with this government. It was passed in Congress, and the sunset date, the end date, was at least into the next administration. And then we were able to advocate and bring survivors together to make sure that that law was passed with this addition to it. We got training and upskilling on, when you add something to an existing law versus creating a whole separate law. So the Trafficking Victims Protection Act was renewed every 2 years in theory. Sometimes it takes 3 or 4 years. So it was an add-on to a reauthorization, and that also helped get it through. So survivors were part of writing the strategy for advocating, writing the bill itself, and organizing our communities and allies to make sure that people knew that this was a key component of the bill. And then lastly, I want to give an example. So Survivor Alliance, we are a network of over 1,000 survivors of trafficking, forced labor, slavery, however people self-identify, around the world in 40 countries. And we know that there are people who want to be involved but not be public. So we create opportunities where we consult with organizations to get survivor input, summarize it, and provide it back. So we will host focus groups. It's also our way of ensuring that survivors related to the topic at hand are also consulted. Because sometimes people just find somebody and they have nothing to do with the topic you're focusing on. So we worked with, some of you may have heard, the West Midlands Anti-Slavery Network. They were going to develop a safe house for men in the UK. So we found men in the UK who would have benefited from a safe house pre-NRM, so pre-National Referral Mechanism, and invited them to share what they would have wanted to see. We worked with West Midlands Anti-Slavery Network to say, where are you in this development process? Are you pretty much done? Because there's no point in us advising. And so we got very clear about what things could actually change based on the feedback. And we are very clear with the people who we engaged with that A, they didn't have to share their name and be known to the organization. B, that these are the areas that can be affected. And C, if they want to share anything else, but without the guarantee that it would have an impact, they are welcome to. So we hosted that anonymous focus group, use our skill set of writing reports and then sharing that to West Midlands Anti-Slavery Network, and then they included that in their development of a safe house. So I think it's really important to remember that unfortunately this sector has I might even say metabolized. Some survivor leaders used us, tried to spit us out, and that not everybody wants to be public for so many reasons. So providing that opportunity is really key.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we wanted to talk next about particularly the point around the kind of policy cycle and principles for good practice. But I think what you've just shared there is a really good example, you know, whether with the British Standard, yes, the consultant was involved within the development and launch. Actually, what you've talked about is maybe just trying to clarify and identify the different parts of that development process, and that can apply to policy or programming. But, you know, can you involve survivors in the design or in the original kind of conceptualization of the, you know, what is the problem statement? What is it that you were even asking or looking for? Can you involve them then in the development process? Can we involve them in the implementation of that policy or program and the evaluation process, and then also thinking about the kind of maintenance? So our survivors not just involved in one little section where we put a little, you know, have a session and then, you know, that's it, close, we've got your stories, that's it? Or is it actually kind of later down the line? And do survivors want to be involved in the delivery of that as well? So that's kind of the policy whole kind of cycle that we want to think about, and the maintenance, and maybe the kind of, the continuous cycle of that. But maybe we can, do you want to share particularly about some kind of principles to consider as well within that?
Sure. So I think this goes to Dr. Johannes's point about, I'm a teacher, so I like to write. So that survivor engagement in leadership or policy and program design needs to be about a culture shift, not a tick box exercise. So while I appreciate that, you know, there was a mention at the DRC that the workshop, you realized that survivors weren't engaged, and so you created a workshop. I think that's a very great way of adding voices. What we're suggesting is that the fact that survivors could be excluded in the first place is the problem. Diversity, equity, inclusion work is to include people in a system that excluded people to begin with. So we're trying to shift the culture, the values, the attitudes, the way that we approach this work, that if you're excluding people, you already have started from the wrong place. So yes, there needs to be actions to get us there, but the goal is actually that the entire way we approach the work is different. And that goes to, for example, being trauma informed. We assume that survivors are not in the room. And that is a problem. We also assume that there aren't survivors of other traumas in the room. And so doing this work needs to, we have survivors of war, we have survivors of rape, racism, so many structural violence that not only have to do with survivors of trafficking, forced labor, child labor, but survivors of all kinds, right? And survivors of trafficking have also gone through other structural violence. So being trauma informed is going to make you think about, why am I going to show a video of extreme violence? Because I know there's people in the room who are going to be upset by that. Do I really need to show that? Who is that for, right? What are the things that we actually need to include in the process? So being trauma informed would also mean we don't need to ask for someone's trauma story because we know what happens. That's not the focus here. The focus is on what policy needs to change. That we value different forms of knowledge, as I talked about, not just lived experience, but people's expertise of survival as well as of social systems. I think we forget that survivors have lived without NGOs. We have survived without many interventions. And then when we interact with them, we learn, we know all the gaps. We learn who is not talking to who. We know, you know, this organization, I fit into their definition of a victim, and this one I don't. So actually, utilizing survivors' expertise around the systems and the organizations. And then also we have to get really good at learning, you know, certain policies of the government and what applies to us in terms of social services or not. So really valuing practical survival knowledge, lived experience of the trauma, and then finding out from people what areas of expertise they came from before. So if survivors came from a nursing background before, how do we utilize that in our communities? If survivors were accountants, how do we use that in our communities? And actually taking the step to find out what those skill sets are. Compensation, cannot highlight this enough. We also need to understand there's a continuum of compensation. Survivors have entered this field because they know that they will get paid. We all will. I'd rather get paid to do this work than to work at a fast food chain. So when we talk about compensation, we need to be very clear. Are we actually compensating you for your skill set? Or are we giving you a speaker's honorarium like we would any speaker at a conference? I would say that as somebody with decades of experience in this sector, running an organization, I actually should get compensated differently than a new leader, right? And so many organizations might just have a blanket, everybody gets paid 25 an hour. That I think is not how any of you would be paid in your own workplaces, right? So really thinking about compensation and how compensation can be paternalistic, where yes, there are challenges of people seeking asylum and not having right to work, but giving somebody a 25 gift voucher to Sainsbury's because you think that what they need is food, when actually there's free food banks and what they need is a laptop, is really paternalistic about who needs what if you cannot pay people as consultants. Intersectionality and diversity of voices. So again, yes, we are Survivor Alliance, survivors of human trafficking, forced labor, slavery, but we do not say that people have to work on anti-trafficking. Working on anti-racism is working on anti-trafficking. Working on homophobia is working on anti-trafficking. So making sure that when we talk about survivor engagement, we allow people to be more than survivors of trafficking. They can be their queer self with how that affected their situations of exploitation and how that means their responses might be different, right? Lastly, diversity of voices. So at best, we try and push so it's not just one person, because we know one person can never represent any community, but actually having more than one and pushing for resources for survivors to organize their communities. So when I was on the U.S. Advisory Council, I think there's 12 of us. We wanted funding because we knew we can't represent everyone. We wanted funding to go and actually consult our communities and then bring that information back. But typically, that's not what's asked. It's you speak for everybody. And then lastly, capacity building was shared. Because people have not always had access to education or access to our jargon and vocabulary, we need to do things to build capacity and build that in. So in collaboration with Walk Free, for example, when we have a workshop, the first half is capacity building. What the heck is the Global Slavery Index? The second half is now how can you improve it? Because how can people give suggestions to improve something if they don't know it in the first place, right? Or what is a business standard? So we need to think about the fact that survivor leaders aren't getting to go to these conferences to educate and learn, right? So factoring capacity building that's specific to what you're doing into survivor engagement and program design.
Yeah, thank you. Be good to think about that as we go into the exercise, where it'd be great if you guys can chat between you. Are you able to? Oh no, actually, I've got this slide. I can do this myself. So we have this scenario. I've realised we've actually duplicated the list, but you've got it all. So you are an organization based in Europe, for example, a t-shirt company. But if there's something else that is relevant for you, do challenge that. And beginning to think about alignment with the due diligence legislation. You want to develop a new responsible procurement policy in your organization. How can you, and this is obviously relevant for public and CSO and business, so it's worth thinking about in your context. How can you meaningfully engage survivor leadership in this process, and particularly think about that design, delivery, and evaluation stages, because we've set the agenda. So we'll probably give you, actually, how much time have we got for the session?
Tell us it. Davina, when are we ending?
12:20. Okay, so let's do 15 minutes.
Maybe we'll do 3 groups. So this group can be one. Maybe from Safia back. Yeah, one group, and then this group here. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then be great. We'll have some feedback at the end.
Yep. So thinking about our principles, how do you apply it to this scenario? So come up with what some of your design for survivor engagement would be. So we might struggle with interpretation.
Do we need an additional French speaker in the?
Yes. I wonder.
Actually, would it be helpful to swap groups because there's some more French speakers? To swap some people around.
Would somebody swap because we don't have French interpretation in this?
Who needs a French color?
I think.
I'm just suggesting we have like a French group.
Okay, you want to make this a French? Let's have a French
A French
I
group.
can translate.
Oh, do you mind joining this group?
Yeah.
Okay.
Translate.
It's okay.
No,
We got.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a French speaker without the translation. Oh, no, the translation. Oh, they would have to use that.
Yeah, but we can't. Yeah.
Are we doing an exercise?
Yeah, it's fine. Keep going.
What's happening to the people? We're doing an exercise, so he speaks French, and he can't. Kenny, what I was saying is we have a group of French.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just there on there.
No,
you're fine.
We're fine.
Stay where you are.
We solved it.
We've resolved it. So we're now working in groups. Please chat among your groups.
And people online, you can do this activity on your own for now, and we'll give you an opportunity to share back.
Yeah. So just to review that again, you are an organization in Europe. You might not have to comply to the new legislation, but you want to think about alignment with the new due diligence legislation. And in order to do that, you're thinking about introducing a new responsible procurement policy. So where are you sourcing things from? And in order to think about that well, you're thinking about survivor leadership and engagement within that process. So as the organization, how do you meaningfully plan to engage survivor leadership in that process of developing, designing, delivering and evaluating a new responsible procurement policy? Does that make sense? Does anyone need any? No. Yeah?
Okay, so we'll come back. It's okay if you didn't finish. We know you can't design a whole process in 15 minutes. Can you let me know if anybody online says anything as well? They can chime in this part as well. So I think we're going to start with going. Oh. Okay. Make sure you have a microphone.
Wondering. So we'll probably, just to respect everybody in the room and being able to follow along and people outside, let's stick to kind of trying to have one person speaking at a time on the microphone so we can enable interpretation and hearing. What we'll do is go through maybe each phase. So we'll just ask you, first of all, have you got any particular thoughts? David, you can start around design stage particularly. Have you got any things about survivor engagement with the design phase?
Okay, so good. Okay, so I go ahead now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. When you have two professors in a group, it's not good to ask questions, yeah? So we made it easy for everybody. So instead of going principle by principle, we just said build the capacity and train the survivors and provide them with resources so that they can design, deliver, and evaluate the whole process and project. We thought that this goes beyond just engagement because it empowers them, It gives them ownership, and also is good for sustainability. We mean the survivors, can then engage and invite the people that they need, other stakeholders that they need, and they will also know whom to engage and how to do that.
So I'm going to challenge you, Professor. What specific topics would you develop their capacity around? What topics would you train them on?
So, of course, we'll speak about the principles, but we'll speak about the issue of design, delivery, and evaluation. Yes.
Anything else about sustainability, due diligence process?
Yes, everything. So because everything, because in terms of evaluation, all that will be evaluated, right? So we'll speak about the whole process and project.
Okay. Anybody else have something similar? Yeah.
So we have 3 minutes left for input. But go ahead. Evelyn and I came up with 2 things that we thought would work. One would be to hire about 2% of a company, like, whatever it is like a best practice of, survivors who are skilled in any of the actual like technical needs that the company has. If that's logistics, if that's, auditing, whatever, that would be a great thing. And, there can always be training programs to do that. And then Evelyn wants to talk about a salary consultant.
Oh. Well, just making sure you hire a salary consultant to make sure that you're going to pay them the right amount that they deserve. Because based on what you were saying, Ming, it's like there are survivors that have had more experience. And so we should pay them based on their experience, not just because, they are a survivor. So it would be good to have a survivor consultant. Consultant to look at the salary.
Yeah. Since we only have 2 minutes, maybe this group.
Or do you want to move on to the next stage and just chat maybe about the delivery, the implementation size?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, yeah, that's what we were going to talk about. So part of it, we looked at red lines in terms of delivery. And for us, that was more a case of what the unintended consequences would be. So you're setting your policy. As part of those red lines, those discussions would be if we came across a supplier that actually did engage or that they were involved or found out that they had some supply chain issues in terms of labour exploitation, where people were being paid below the minimum wage or they weren't being paid at all, that we had a bit of a process to be able to fix that, and that we wouldn't just be the organisation to pull out of that contract and therefore making that exploitation or those situations worse. So that definitely would be something we would focus on as well.
Yeah, so even the kind of flex to the budget to be able to resolve some of those things that crop up along the way as well.
Yeah.
And potentially a survivor consultant to discern what NGO your business might refer to, because your business doesn't know how to work with survivors post, right? That your business is to make t-shirts. So you want to find an NGO that will actually support them to find the resources that they need. Maybe because we have to end anything from one there, and then we'll go to this group.
We all talked about training survivors, similar to what everyone has already said, the same thing, but training survivors on the understanding of the legislation as an opportunity for them to understand, and thereby that being that interview process to choose all the various stages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's really helpful. I think we were chatting yesterday about like, what does it mean for somebody to kind of read through legal documents or and if you've never done that before, and how, guiding through that process and things like that, and or even just, are you bringing them to the office? Are there barriers there? Are you meeting them online? Are you sending them documents, but actually, I don't know, they additionally have some impairment for reading or any other considerations like a visual impairment that you have to consider? Or do you need to do a lot more over the phone because of, that each person brings their own dynamic to that as well? So really considering all of that from the get-go and working with that individual.
Évidemment, nous avons essayé de réfléchir sur une entreprise qui veut être inclusive. C'est une entreprise qui, depuis sa conception, production, vente et génération de richesses, c'est elle qui met en place une stratégie inclusive pouvant permettre le développement de dialogue social entre les agents, les travailleurs, l'employeur, voire même les gouvernements, nous parlons des cas de tripartite ici. C'est en fait une entreprise qui garantit un salaire décent, une entreprise qui garantit la sécurité et la santé au travail, et aussi une entreprise qui garantit une protection sociale, mais aussi qui protège les personnes vulnérables au sein de son entreprise, quoi. Et ensemble de tout ça, développe le bien-être social. Là, les survivants ne vont plus se sentir exclus, mais ils vont se sentir considérés et ils vont participer, n'est-ce pas, à la production de richesses du pays. Voilà. Merci.
I think also something that was mentioned quite a lot in the conversation was also engaging with collective actors and trade unions, and also understanding that obviously having an individual perspective, individually informed perspective towards survivors is extremely important, but also understanding that collective actors, such as trade unions, have dealt with people facing these sort of issues for a long time, therefore have a more macro understanding of this issue. So I think engaging with trade unions was a big part of the conversation as well.
Absolutely. And I think what's important is that there's different people for different components, right? So engaging trade unions in a certain aspect, engaging a consultant on the salary, engaging a consultant on the training, engaging consultants maybe on a steering committee, on the evaluation component, right? So there's multiple experiences throughout the process. I'm going to highlight two things. You're going to have to talk to your senior execs about some flexible funding, because you can never just know along the way. If you're using interpreters, you're going to need them to be trained on the topic and to be trauma informed. And then your staff are also going to need to be trained to not see this person as just a victim who went through something, because that stereotype lives if you Google victim of human trafficking. So we need to train staff, if they're going to be working with consultants, to treat survivors and workers and trade unions as equal partners, rather than just to tag along and give you a check mark on your process.
Yeah, lots to think about there. While I recognise we're now coming up to the end of our session, the only final thing was to do a final Slido question, which was maybe to think about your own organisations or the environments you're going into, and you can post any kind of maybe thoughts you've had out of this session that you want to take into your own workplaces. So any kind of commitments that you want to consider or questions you want to ask. The first charity I worked for when I came out of university, I was involved in a retail team, but I ended up speaking to the procurement lot about modern slavery, and I realized that nobody had asked that question before in terms of their supply chain management. So you could be in any part of an organization and still ask those questions about what are we doing centrally. So let's play the final question, and everybody can just contribute at least one thing that they want to ask, challenge, implement, or involve in your organization to engage survivor leaders more meaningfully in any area in the next 3 months. Thanks.
And the action can be learn more, learn about the survivor collectives, worker collectives, etc. in your area.
Yeah.
That can be your action step.
Yeah, and also just really think about, I didn't want to lose trace of the conversation we had right at the beginning around your fears and concerns. Have you got a particular fear that maybe you have now a solution for, or that you need to go away and have a think about? Either it's kind of your own emotional reflection, or to engage somebody in helping you learn or understand about that particular area.
Hi, I'm Mustafa from Equidem. So I was one of the co-facilitators with Vlad, who I'm not sure is in the room. But so yes, we facilitated the multi-stakeholder collaboration models discussion. Not an easy topic to talk about, because obviously there are so many different initiatives and obviously so many challenges there. But we were very lucky that in that roughly 1 hour period that we had a really knowledgeable group in the room. We first talked about the fact that obviously with the changes in the legislative environment in the EU, the question posed was, do we have existing initiatives that can address the new environment, the opportunities there, or do we have to think of new stakeholders? But a point was raised very early on around we have to think about what we're actually trying to achieve, and the fact that obviously there is often no agreement as to what the answer to that question is. So ultimately, the balance of the discussion wasn't around so much answering that question, but thinking about what are some of the good practices and what are the ways that we can find a path to a solution. And a few things that came out, and if Vlad joins us, and others who were in the meeting, if I skip anything, please do join in. But a couple of things that came out was, for example, that multi-stakeholder means bringing into the tent people that don't necessarily agree with you. Because the issues are complex, challenging, we need to have different perspectives. An obvious point, another one, is that, all of us, as Bukeni himself said, that all of us need to be part of the solution. We all have to be involved in it. We talked about the centrality of survivors, rights holders, workers. That representation is really, really important. But at the same time, we have to think about practically what is the impact that we can have. So that, for example, among other things, is that if there's a concern about, for example, child labor in cocoa in a certain country, is you don't want businesses to be pulling out of that industry, but instead actually the risk of that being a leverage point to actually address that. But in fact, often the civil society locally don't necessarily have the skill set to know what is required of them. At the same time, from a business perspective, there seem to be many different initiatives, and they're not often sure which one they need to apply. I mean, there was a lot more discussion, I'll leave it there, but one of the key takeaways, something I think for Free the Slaves to think about, and others as well, is that we all broadly agreed that there are some great initiatives already out there, but in fact, there's a moment now to really think about something new and something that's very functional, that works at different levels, brings in survivors and rights holders, but also business, government, and that we can't answer this question very quickly. But in fact, perhaps it is about not just setting up another initiative, but having a space to think about what that might look like, because we felt, all of us, that in fact we do need some kind of a new process. I don't know, that you're most welcome. Did anyone from the group, there were lots of discussions, very rich. I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump in, not to put you on the spot, but did anyone else wanted to add any other points? Because it was a really great discussion. I thought we could have gone for more than an hour. It was really good.
This isn't an indication that it wasn't a good.
That's just cut aside. That was that good, yeah.
Exactly. Your summary covered everything. Thank you. That does sound like a great discussion. And I like that idea of like the centrality of like the practical aims of what can be accomplished in addition to who's being consulted and how, because I think kind of to Marcia's points last night, we really do need to think about how to have that impact. And now that we have like those leverage points, that's a great way to focus that discussion. Yeah. It's on learning from the science of combating modern slavery and the SDG 8.7 framework, and Jasmine will be moderating this, and you'll see some very familiar faces up here. So Jasmine, over to you.
Fantastic. Wonderful to see you all, and hello to anyone who's online. My name is Jasmine O'Connor. I'm the CEO of an organisation called Anti-Slavery International. We've been around about 180 plus years, and we are learning every day. And so it's a great privilege to host this panel with a lot of other learners. I'll just introduce them very briefly, and then what we're going to do is we're going to spend a short time hearing some kind of key points around what they're learning in terms of how they're approaching research in relation to modern slavery and 8.7 framework. So I need no introduction to Dr. Ming Deng, venerable survivor, leader, and an individual whose academic brain leaves me feeling like a pygmy. Over to my colleague Lois Posata. And I think indeed the sort of Rights Lab needs no introduction, and the fact that she's sort of spearheading their business development just tells us what what a powerhouse she is in the movement. And then over to Dr. David Okek from the University of Georgia, I think leading the field really in a lot of the cutting edge research that we as a movement need if we're going to be effective in our deliberations and in our impact. And then finally, last but by no means least, over to Abby Monroe, who is representing the Walk Free, who indeed have an extraordinary background in terms of the work that they have been doing to help us understand the big picture of modern slavery and indeed the global estimates, sort of the stock and trade of every campaigner who's trying to shift the needle and needs the evidence to do so. So I'm going to hand over to Abby now, who's going to just talk us through some of the research they're doing and give us a sense of where things are at. Go for it, Abby.
Thank you, Jasmine. So yeah, I'm a senior analyst at Walk Free. A number of you might have worked with us before or at least be aware of the Global Slavery Index that I'll be presenting on today. But for those of you that aren't aware, we're a global human rights group working to end all forms of modern slavery. And we do this by working with governments, with regulators, businesses, investors, faith and community leaders, and survivors to drive systems of change. And can we just make the slide full screen, please? Well, I guess everyone can see it, so no worries if not. Yeah, okay, great. So yeah, I'll just go over a bit about our latest Global Slavery Index. Obviously with this being the topic being to talk about research, this is our flagship piece of research at Walk Free. It's been 10 years since the first GSI was created and launched, and last year in May we launched the 5th edition. The GSI provides, which stands for Global Slavery Index, if I haven't already said that. It provides a country-level snapshot of the number of people living in modern slavery. And at its core, it aims to answer 3 key questions. And those are: how big is the problem? What makes people vulnerable? And what are governments around the world doing to respond? So I'm just going to run through the top-level findings. So our latest figures for the global estimates, which are produced with ILO and IOM, found that almost 50 million people are living in modern slavery around the world right now. And that's 28 million in forced labour and 22 million in forced marriage. And this number has risen by 10 million in the last 5 years. So since the last Global Slavery Index was launched, 10 million more people are living in modern slavery. And our analysis found that this really is against the backdrop of increasing and more complex conflicts around the world, the economic and social impacts of climate change and COVID-19, assaults on democracy in many parts of the world, and the continued and rising trend of consumerism and exploitation within supply chains. As with so many human rights issues, the most vulnerable remain disproportionately affected. So, for example, we found that migrant workers are more than 3 times more likely to be in forced labour than non-migrant workers. And people who belong to multiple marginalised groups, such as those related to ethnicity, race, sexual identity or gender expression, face even greater risks. Our latest findings are a reminder that modern slavery occurs everywhere in the world. There is no country that is not affected by modern slavery. The 10 countries with the highest prevalence, which you'll see on the left-hand side of the map, share several political, social and economic characteristics. And I know that David's going to go into a bit more detail about modern slavery in Europe specifically, but just what we found in our analysis was that Europe and Central Asia is the second highest region in terms of prevalence out of the 5 global regions. And there's an estimated 6.4 million people living in modern slavery in Europe and Central Asia, which equates to about 7 people per 1,000 of the population. During the same period where millions more people have been forced into work or marriage, efforts by the wealthiest nations have stagnated, and actually in some cases hard-won progress has been reversed. So though we commend all efforts to address modern slavery, the improvements since our 2018 assessments were far fewer and weaker than the situation requires. And even among the countries with the strongest responses, and that's those listed on the left here, many are failing to protect the most vulnerable, or actually even since this analysis was done, some of those countries have reversed some of the actions that got them to that level in the table, if that makes sense. So that's incredibly disappointing as well. And additionally, the increasing demand for goods fuels exploitations in countries that are at the front line of global supply chains. So really the prevalence statistics are only part of the story. It's also how companies are involved in fueling exploitation in other parts of the world through their trade and global supply chains. But yeah, that's my summary, and I'll hand over to the next speaker.
Am I next?
So I think you can be next, absolutely, David. Yeah, but first I'd just like to apologise. I used a word in my introduction that you may not have noticed, but it actually has racist connotations. It's completely used in the English language, but I wouldn't want to have caused offence, and so I apologise for that. Excuse me as I decolonise my brain and go on that journey. If you didn't spot it, don't worry. If you did, please take no offence. See my heart, not my brain. There you go. David, over to you.
And your heart looks so clean, so okay, so I actually have only 2 slides because this was supposed to be a European conference, right? So I have 2 slides to speak about Europe. I can't see them, but whenever they come. Anyhow, so David Okech, my name. So we have a center. The center is called Center on Human Trafficking, Research and Outreach at the University of Georgia. And our work was based on my interest, because people tend to create things in their own image, and then over time, as you work with other people, it evolves and becomes something very different. So it's like a monster now, because we have so many people, and it looks very different, and I'm very happy about that, okay? So basically, when I got into this work, I was mostly interested in prevalence work. I was interested in numbers, how many people, because if we don't know how many people are trafficked, then how do we know if our programs, if our projects, if our policies are making any difference? And I was very blessed to see existing efforts that we had, the national like prevalence data, the aggregate data that speak about prevalence rates in different countries, the ILO work, the UNODC work. I was very blessed to see that. But then I thought perhaps, because it is so hard to measure this hidden population, perhaps a better approach would be a hotspot approach, whereby instead of saying that the prevalence of human trafficking in the Netherlands is 1 out of 100,000 people, maybe we could focus on a city, and we could come to Netherlands, or we could come to Belgium, and ask the stakeholders, according to you, where do you think the problem is felt the most? Yeah, because human trafficking victims are not, they are not normally distributed in any population, right? So if the problem was concentrated the most in like city X, my approach was that we were going to work in city X and try to reduce it where it is mostly prevalent. So we use data at Central. We are very much data-driven. We are also very much trauma-informed. We are also very much survivor-engaged. And we are also very much evidence-based. So the goal was to try to create projects that will go to a country but focus on specific hotspots. And the hotspot could be big or small, but we didn't mind small. So like small will be like maybe the size of, maybe even a tenth of the size of London. For example, if there was the work that you're doing with Free the Slaves in a place called Ketugu, it's a very small area because it is based on in a gold mining area. So it's a very small area, but the concentration of sex trafficking in that place is so high. So if you have to look at the prevalence rates that you'll be given in Senegal, and if you have to look at the absolute numbers in that place alone, you'll see that perhaps then maybe all the people who are trafficked in Senegal actually are just from this place, if you look at the numbers, because we know that there are so many issues with numbers. So maybe next slide. Next slide as I go back, yeah. Or as the next slide comes back. Oh, sorry, it's remote. Okay, good. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, good. So many people look at human trafficking as a social, economic, political, cultural, historical. It is all those things. It is true. It is a very complex problem. And the reason why it's very hard to resolve, as the SDG say that we are going to resolve, I think child labor is by next year, 2025, right? Child labor by next year, there'll be no child labor in the whole world. And then by 2020, there'll be no trafficking of persons, yeah? But this issue is complex. It is historical. And also, so it's a result of history. So if you go in these cultures that we work in, whereby human trafficking, the way we define it, the way we frame it, according to the Palermo Protocol, has been going on for centuries, and it was normal, right? But now we come and tell them, hey, now you can't do this because this is child trafficking, by the way. You cannot do this. And then they're like, really? What is child trafficking? And then you explain to them what is child trafficking. And then you come to a place whereby you begin to reduce that. I'm very happy to report that we are doing our endline research right now in one of our sites, and we've seen a very significant reduction in child trafficking. Because our work is based on like a baseline and endline study, and we target about 5,000 households. So we've just seen actually a reduction in child trafficking, and I'm going to speak about everything that we put into place to do this. Many people are speaking about many sectors and survivors and everybody, but I've not had anybody so far speak about the media and journalists. We were so engaged on TV and radio in the country. In like nearly every week there was somebody on TV and radio, that the whole country, all of Sierra Leone, knows about child trafficking. So I've not had people speak about the media. And I also know that there are issues with awareness, because awareness without resources is not enough, but sometimes awareness is the place to start. Awareness is the place to start. So human trafficking, we've seen that it is historical, but it's also modern, right? It is modern because now we are seeing it is resulting from many modern issues, yeah? Some are man-made and others are just natural. So for example, things like global warming, people moving, people losing their resources, their land, everything. And suddenly everybody in that family is vulnerable, right? And then also we've seen there's lots of conflict. And actually conflict, global warming, movement, all those things are related. Because when there's global warming, when you move to a new place, and then you've got to fight for resources in that place, and then there's conflict. And then conflict leads to more death and more movement again, because those who lost have to move, and then there's more vulnerability to human trafficking. And we've also seen that it's not only a modern issue, but it's also a development and national security issue, especially in the part of the world that we work in. So human trafficking is a development issue. If we just there's somebody who spoke in the morning here and said that most of the vulnerabilities for trafficking were poverty and orphanhood. So in other words, if in terms of intervention, if we just reduce, we don't even have to think about human trafficking, just forget about human trafficking in this community, yeah? Just deal with poverty and reduce factors that are associated with parents dying. Why are parents dying? Maybe there's no health issues, maybe there's insecurity, maybe people, they die in conflict. Just reduce poverty and keep the parents alive. And then in 5 years, human trafficking will reduce, right? So it is a development issue. It is a development issue. It is also a national security issue, because if there's no security in that place, or if the borders are porous, like right now we are seeing in the ECOWAS, it affects the country, people moving. So it is a very, 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 very extremely complex issue, and that is what somebody said that they saw on our website. But modern scholars are beginning to frame human trafficking as a social justice issue, as a human rights issue, as a criminal justice issue, and lately, over the last 10 years, as a public health issue, right? But it is not just that. So I was invited about 1 year ago to speak about human trafficking as a public health issue. And I'm like, really? That's all you want me to speak about? Yeah, because they said, you know, when these girls are trafficked, you know, they can contract like a disease, and when they come back to the community, they can spread it. I'm like, that is all you really want me to talk about? They said, yes, we are a school of public health. I told them, I'm very sorry, we can speak about that, but this is complex. It is more than that. So it is not just a social justice issue. It is beyond that. It is not just a criminal justice issue. It is beyond that. It is not just a human rights issue. And I think John has said that we need to evolve from human rights to living rights, which was a good stretch for my brain. I've been thinking about that, you know, throughout lunch. And it is not only a public health issue, like some people want to frame it. Because if it is a public health issue, then it means you're going to have a public health response. And a public health response is so limited. Right? A public health response is so limited because a public health response, to me, it is not going to deal with the main issue and the root factors that we need to deal with that we mentioned, especially in the communities that we work in. So that means that our response has got to be multi-sectoral. And all those people that we have mentioned, I'm not going to kill that horse because it's dead, but the media is extremely, very, very important. So to finish, I thought I'll just have 2 slides that, you know, speak about some of the numbers in Europe, and then, because this conference is European, even though I don't work in Europe, but this conference is Free the Slaves First Europe Conference, so I thought I was going to respond to that. And so what we saw is that, you know, of course, Europe is the developed part of the world, you know, compared to other parts. You know, it's very developed, you know, there are resources for the citizens, you know, there, you know, so if all the citizens, or if everybody in a European country like Belgium, for example, was Belgian, right? And there was no immigrant here, most people will have a decent quality of life, you know, so that is an assumption, that is assumed. Many people will have a decent quality of life, maybe schooling, housing, you know, water, you know, food, you know, shelter, all those things will be available to people. But many people are moving, migration is taking place. And in one way, actually, I think we view migration very differently. Europe needs people, that is the truth, right? Yes. Europe needs lots of migrants because I think they're selling houses for $1 in some cities in Italy, right? So if you want to buy a big house for $1, go to Italy, yeah? So Europe needs people because the demographics are really changing, you know, so, but people moving, of course, has its own complexities. And these people are moving in, they don't have language, they don't have education, they don't have capacity. And so all those things really can affect human can lead to human trafficking. I know that is a political statement, but that is true. When I teach in class, I say Europe needs people. So I can say that, right? Without fear of, am I going to be in trouble or something like that? Okay. So we saw that migrant children, okay, sorry. So can you go back, please? Can you go back? So I found that migrant children face heightened vulnerability to trafficking, especially when they are separated from their parents, or when their accompanying adult is not their genuine parent or guardian. So if you look at the movement of people, and we were in Morocco 3 weeks ago, and I'm going back there in October to speak with some of the ministers there. You know, the people who go through there, you know, through Morocco, first of all, there's a lot of mistreatment of people coming from ECOWAS and Central African Republic, you know, through Morocco, trying to cross, going to Europe. But the stories we've read and what you've seen on TV is very, very sad. You know, women with kids as young as 3 months, you know, some of them die like in those places, you know, people trying to cross through Libya, you know, the stories that you hear are just unbelievable, you know. So sometimes if a parent has died and this kid still has to move with the adults who are there, that kid is going to be vulnerable to trafficking. So migration is a big factor in terms of human trafficking in Europe. We see that 78% of children encounter trafficking conditions during their migration journey, particularly in transit countries, according to a 2016 Italian study. Next and last slide, please. Okay. So, you know, you know, if you have a large immigrant population, I think it's going to be something. We've spoken about that, access to the sea, because if you're landlocked, it means that you've got to go through many countries to reach a particular country, but you have access to the sea. That is another factor. You know, these people come from countries with a very low GDP, and also these people come from countries which have very, very low unemployment levels. So when you control for these factors, and also the fact that in these countries prostitution is legal, so you can see that this is a hot pot for human trafficking. So I just wanted to stop that with those thoughts, looking at what we do and what is in Europe, and then I will stop here and move on.
Go for it. No. Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you, David and Abby, for your contribution so far. Yeah, so I'm Lois Bozata. I'm from the Rights Lab at the University of Nottingham. I head up our business development and partnerships, and particularly think about research impact and lots of mostly sort of business focused entities. So yes, business organizations, but also that side of government. So we work with groups like the labour market enforcement and things like that. And that's my particular role, but I'm representing the whole of the Rights Lab. And as you know, if you've seen any of our research, we're quite a large group working on lots of different topics. So we're about 6 years old now, and we have actually about 85 different researchers that we can draw on from 17 different disciplinary schools, over 100 different methods and tools that we bring into different projects, and about 60 odd live different projects and partnerships on the go at any one time. So there's quite a lot of different things happening. So I can't possibly summarize all of that. Yeah, there are some kind of basic principles. I can show you a little bit of the structure, and I'll give 2 specific examples. So we're obviously very impact driven. We, our main goal, which I'll see kind of written out in a second. Have you got my my slides? That it might help in a second. We have a goal to achieve a slavery-free world together with the sector through collaborative action. But we particularly think about kind of applying our research in real-world impacts. We work with governments, intergovernmental organisations, civil society, business, survivor groups, and groups that involve the general public in various ways. And as as we mentioning, we work in a very transdisciplinary way. So we have to be collaborative to be effective. We contribute one part, we contribute knowledge to the sector to help, deliver various programs, but we aren't implementing those things in a lot of cases. We are a part of the puzzle. We have a particular role with as that kind of evidence function, and we want to bring our research expertise and rigor with on-the-ground expertise of partners and work closely with the anti-slavery NGOs and survivors to implement kind of new strategies. I think they're still finding my slides. I'm going to keep going because you know a little bit about us. So at the moment, we've got 4 different research programs, one around measurement and geographies, law and policy, business and economies, and health and communities. We have one impact team, which I'm a part of. We're developing prevalence studies. We've got a couple of key flagship projects that I'll mention in a moment. And we've just launched our new Rights Lab Solutions, which is a business service offering. So trying to meet the need of organisations that are going to be having to escalate their approaches to the due diligence legislation emerging. So been proud to launch that recently and continue our work that we've been doing with businesses specifically. And we particularly think about, different characteristics of our work. So survivor voice obviously is very important, and that's been a part of the Rights Lab's work for since the beginning. But we also are thinking about novel data streams, and as David was sharing about different data kind of approaches, because that data for a hidden topic isn't always readily available and obvious. So how do we use kind of found data or different kinds of data to understand the issue in different ways, and always thinking about policy evidence as well. So evidencing kind of things that are in place, but also using kind of policy in different ways of thinking about policy and practice and analyze that as well to support what is being done. Thank you. If you go down to the next slide, you'll catch up with. Yeah, great, thank you. So you can see some of what I'm talking about here. In the dark green as well as some of our key research questions. So we're thinking about what does work to end slavery, but also where are people? Why are they in these situations? Where are they? How can we, support practice and those kind of things? And you'll see as well some of our discoveries in the last 6 years include, 42% of the world's slavery slavery is visible, or at least markers of it are visible from space. So our Slavery from Space program, something I'll mention a little bit more of in the middle, but it's quite amazing to think actually now that we know more about that, what can we kind of discover that previous methods haven't been able to find. Half of all countries haven't made it yet a crime to enslave a human being, even if it's not allowed, and 90% of all countries in conflict since World War II have involved slavery in some way. So what do we understand now that, you know, there's been this real escalation of conflict in the last few years? You know, what do we have to observe about that, as well as the geopolitics, but particularly to do with people vulnerable to slavery in that context? And thank you. You can go to the next slide. So I just wanted to talk very quickly about just two projects. Talking about slavery from space, this is one of our major methods, Earth observation. We've been working on it since 2016, and thinking about mapping that using satellites to detect slave labour, from everything from sites of mines to deforestation and agriculture and construction sites, so anything you can see in that way. And we've done that across countries: Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, Brazil, DRC, and many other places. We've mapped brick kilns particularly, so one particular project across the brick belt, and particularly in India. Where NGOs had originally estimated there were maybe 10,000 brick kilns in this area, and employing millions of labourers. And what we understand about those kilns and the generational bonded labour is that about 40 to 70% of the workforce is in bonded labour. However, when we used satellite data, citizen science, crowdsourcing, and trained models using a machine learning approach using verified kilns, we were able to detect that instead of 10,000, there was actually more like over 66,000 kilns across this area with a high degree of accuracy. And so using that and using analysis of environmental data, and thinking about its impact on air, soil and water pollution and things like that as well. We've also been able to see when these kilns were constructed using temporal analysis and understanding more about the vulnerability across this vast area. The exciting thing, though, as we said, it's about being able to kind of apply that research. So great, now we have a figure. Does that figure help us? Well, we want to work with, and in this particular case, we're able to work with the UNDP Accelerator Lab. We built the imagery and maps into a web platform and a mobile app. We used a UN volunteer network to prioritize non-compliant kilns for inspection. And there's law around environmental inspections in India. And so inspectorates are able to use that, log any additional data they see on the ground in the apps, including information about kiln owners and workers while they're there, and more detailed questions that CSOs are able to use to report cases and along with supporting evidence. And for example, Survivor Staffed Organisation, Volunteers for Social Justice, use this to scale up their work, guide raids and liberate thousands of bonded labourers from using these apps that are able to kind of inform them of where they could look and in a more effective way. And we also worked then with Survivor Alliance and to work with 4 lived experience leaders to guide in this work across many areas of this work as well. And just finally, very quickly, because we're also talking particularly tomorrow about the business response, our supply chain research, we've developed a risk assessment tool for modern slavery to support the growing number of organisations who need such tools now to meet these legislative requirements. It's an approach we've tested in a bespoke way with different organisations, including the Government of Canada, the OSCE, and our own university's procurement teams. So the questions we asked earlier about your own company, we've been doing the same with our own organisation. We've screened associated risks to do with country and industry and business practices themselves. And there's additional features, including forced labour incident product flags, so what products they purchase and where we have known cases. It uses an SDG framework and Rights Lab research across 80 different data sets, including development of our own data sets where this hasn't existed previously. And the tool, once scored, also draws from a comprehensive database of best practice recommendations, including many worker-centered considerations, our kind of Rights Lab organizational risk management framework, and it really invites businesses into maturity on the topic. So we have kind of the higher level suggestions, but also thinking like, well, as you continue on this journey, this isn't just, there may be many things that you continue to do or to build into or to go deeper into in order to do a better job further down the line. And we're just very excited to launch this tool later in 2024 with our partners at Moody's Analytics. So yeah, that's me over. I better hand over the microphone, but thank you very much.
All right, if we could cue up my slides as well. So originally I thought this panel was before the breakout, the roundtable discussion, so forgive what might seem like it should have gone first. What you will see is that I want to start with definitions, and there's 3 key terms: victim, survivor, and survivor leader. So a victim is somebody who has experienced any of the atrocities we're talking about: child labor, human trafficking, forced labor, slavery. It is also a legal designation. It is for a criminal justice process that says this person is the victim, not a perpetrator. So it is, next slide, please. So someone who is currently being exploited, right? We talk about let's identify victims. We need to figure out how to identify victims. That means somebody who is going through it. And yes, when you exit, I myself as a survivor am also a victim of human trafficking. I was victimized. We use that, and some people prefer that that label of victim because so much of their community or society wants to place the responsibility on them. So by saying I'm a victim, it helps absolve the responsibility that many people feel they had. A survivor is a person who has exited the situation of human trafficking or forced labor. Got my letters mixed up. That's important. Exited. I understand that when people exit, they can still be in vulnerable positions. But this is important for me because we talk about engaging people in our programs. That is not survivor engagement. That is good program evaluation, participation. If somebody is in your shelter and you ask for feedback about your shelter, that is not survivor leadership. That is just program evaluation. Why it's important to name that survivors have exited is because there is a gap in receiving services, there is space to reflect on what has happened, and there's a different power dynamic. If I'm still receiving services from you and you're asking me for feedback, I don't want to bite the hand that bathes me, feeds me, maybe not bathes me, feeds me, houses me, etc. So we need to be thinking, and this is different from a survivor leader being ready. This is about ethical engagement with people who have had the chance to reflect on some experiences. A survivor also doesn't have to have ever received social services. If we know, there's thousands of organizations around the world, look it up, but they're millions. So most people have not had support from a social service organization or a government. So there are survivors outside of your network that exist out there who did not get support from organizations, and we need to be thinking beyond just the people who went through our programs. A survivor leader, somebody who chooses then to use their lived experience for counter-trafficking or social change efforts. That is a hopefully deliberate process. Some people don't get to choose as much to get into it. People are motivated by their own desire to change the present or to change for somebody else because you can't change the past. But a leader is knowingly using their experience. That is different from somebody who maybe provides a testimony, somebody who maybe comes and speaks about their lived experience. Yes, there is lived experience leadership. That is one thing where you are an expert on your story. Each one of you in this room is an expert on your story, whether you're a survivor of human trafficking or forced labor or not. But then when you're a survivor leader, there's a responsibility to think beyond your own lived experience. And that's what Survivor Alliance, the organization I co-founded, really talks about. I cannot just be about my own lived experience. I am Vietnamese American from the diaspora, born in the US. I would get invited to go speak in other places. It's like, I have no idea what trafficking is like in those other places. Find people with that experience. Okay. So these definitions for me are key. I also want to name that there are other terms, rights holders, workers. It's really important that because of the definitional issues that I can talk about in the academic sense, Survivors have been defined by legal definitions. Whether we like it or not, people are survivors because the government has said either you're a legal victim or not. Or they have heard, or organizations say, well, you're allowed to get services as a survivor. So we are open to anybody who self-identifies. I don't say to you, oh, you're a survivor. No, you're not one. That's not my place to say. Also, people don't need to publicly identify. What's a problem is like I said, in the feminist movement, we just know stereotypically if there are women involved. We don't know if there are survivors involved without me identifying. So I am it's a double-edged sword. If I don't identify and people don't identify as survivors, how do we know that there are people who are impacted, involved? But as soon as I identify, I can become stigmatized, or that is my only identity. So is the problem the identification of survivors, or actually the fact that we stigmatize people and then put people in pigeonholes? We don't seem to do that with survivors of cancer. We don't seem to do that with survivors of the Holocaust. Apparently in this sector, as soon as someone identifies as a survivor, you forget that I'm a PhD, CEO, and that is about us. So why we need to look at that rather than problematize people identifying as survivors. I can be many things. I'm a mother, I'm all these things. Okay, next slide, please. So my PhD, as well as a study that was funded immediately after, was really on the definition of psychological well-being from the perspective of people with lived experience. For me, research and the science of ending modern slavery needs to look at knowledge production from the lived experience of survivors. You can look up a working paper on epistemology of survival, the idea that survivors know differently and come from a different place of knowing. So that means that what we assume are the definitions of psychological well-being are different. So finding out from survivors what that means, the findings is that it is beyond coping with psychological sequelae. The reason I think survivors are stigmatized is because the way that academic literature has talked about us is we have PTSD, we are suicidal, we have all these things. Yes, there are negative consequences, but where are the stories about the people who, despite all of this, are leaders, have maintained their humanity, have not become serial killers? We don't have stories about survivors outside of we live with trauma. So I wanted to define psychological well-being from the perspective of survivors. And guess what? It includes having a meaning and purpose. It includes regularized legal status. We don't think of that as well-being, but how are you going to have well-being if you are being persecuted by the government? Adequate housing. How are you going to, you can't put someone in therapy if that's even what they need, if they don't have housing. Access to work. So many people said, my well-being will benefit not from therapy, but give me a job. I left my home to feed my family, give me a job, and I won't be depressed. So I also want to name that our study included people with lived experience without research degrees as research assistants. We had a 12-month development program. On our website, you can learn what that program is. We taught people the research ethics process, qualitative versus quantitative data. We taught people how to do interviewing. We talked to people about reflexivity and bias. And so survivor leaders trained to become data collection, help with data collection. We also train people on thematic analysis so they the research project that we did, we included survivors at all stages and all roles. So we had research assistants doing data collection, data analysis. But what's also important is that wasn't the end. We consulted with other survivor leaders. And the importance of that was that, of course, people who with lived experience were trusted. They helped with, developing the surveys or developing our outreach methods. And then unfortunately funding ran out, but we wanted to develop a more civil society friendly output rather than an academic article, because that is often what we think of as outputs, but that all this money that either goes to research that is supposed to benefit survivors doesn't get translated necessarily to people to use in their communities. So that's something that we wanted to make sure got done. But because we couldn't pay people to be engaged in that process, we decided to put that on pause. Then the other example I wanted to give about I would call this an evidence-based practice, though it's not yet. There's certainly no RCT for it. Really trying to prioritize other forms of knowledge, not just academic knowledge. That our work what we mean by trauma informed is that it comes from this idea that counter trafficking efforts is a trauma informed intervention. We think of interventions as you need to give people counseling, you need to give people housing, you need to give people, etc., all these basic needs. Yes, but as our study showed, that people need meaning and purpose. And providing opportunities for people with lived experience, workers, rights holders, to contribute enables people to have meaning and purpose. And I've time and time again have had survivors talk to me about, this gave me something to live for. This also is an avenue for people to have a community of peers. Just like you might have your church community, you might have your community that speaks the same language, you have a community of sports, whatever your communities are, people also need a community of people who've been through something else that they've been through. That is very difficult for the world to understand. This is an intervention economically because we ensure that people with lived experience are paid. In 2023, we redistributed over $450,000 to people with lived experience through consultancies. And if I included the survivor staff, that's over $500,000. That's over a quarter of our budget. And that is because we have figured out how to make sure that we engage people in a diverse way. And one of those key pieces I'll share on the next slide, but in this, people have access to training. How do you get on Zoom? How do you write an email? How do you learn your BIC Swift code so we can pay you? All of that stuff. So I'll just talk about the collaborative authorship of the action plan. So we talked about these Pathfinder roadmaps. I came out into this work when the US government had released a national action plan to combat human trafficking. And there's one line that says engage survivors and that's it. And there's nothing. And survivors weren't engaged in development of the plan, or maybe a couple people. What I wanted to do here is, rather than respond to things, because that's what we are often asked to do, something exists, we contribute, we respond, was actually to author something from our own starting point. So this action plan, which you can find at survivoralliance.org/ or there's a link for action plan, was written by over 200 survivors in over 30 countries. That's part of where we paid people, was that people consulted on these different topics. The action plan is specific to engaging survivors because we saw that these national plans didn't have specific strategies. Also, we were hearing from not all, but some survivor communities that they were struggling to engage with professionals in the sector without lived experience. And professionals in the sector were saying, we're struggling to work with survivors, and there weren't concrete actions. Yes, there's some philosophical culture shift, paradigm shifts, but we also want to give people the opportunity to work together. You know, oftentimes people will say, well, I've never worked, or I don't know an LGBTQ person, or I've never worked with this person. If we interact with people of different backgrounds, we start to humanize each other. So we bring survivors of different backgrounds, different nationalities, religions, cultures, types of trafficking, forced labor, etc., together. And in that, talk about how do we work together despite differences. We have ground rules. We talk about, this is not for you to talk about your trauma. This is where we want to hear your actual recommendations. And then we had survivors who have writing experience write up these things. So if you're not literate, you can talk to your fellow survivor and they will write it for you. So really engaging people of different neurodiversity, disabilities, etc. And this action plan is out there for people to read. There's emphasis on knowledge production, on survivors leading direct services, on survivors in decision-making positions. So this isn't about taking away positions from allies. This is about there's plenty of work to be done. We have created jobs in this sector for people with lived experience because we need to work together. And so I think that survivor engagement can, just like transitioning to a green economy, can actually be a space to help people get real living wages. Why are we only having people make crafts? It's a very gendered thing. So let's think in terms of economic empowerment in a different way. Lastly, oh yeah, I already talked about the other two in the breakout room, but if you have questions, really engaging survivors in policy and research at all levels. So I think
Fantastic.
that's
Thank
me.
you so much. I'm just blown away by the different perspectives and the different views and ways of engaging in research and being able to bring that research into the field of practice. I've got a couple of questions for the panelists, but I want us to keep our answers quite quick because we've lost a bit of time and we want to kind of move very quickly to questions from the floor. So please, while we're going through this, do think about any questions that you might have for our panelists. But I think my first question is to David. You talked about multi-stakeholder collaboration, and your centre's profile mentions that human trafficking is a complex, multi-sector social problem that no single entity can tackle alone. So just can you, in a few words, let me know how collaboration plays a part in your research?
So first of all, there's an acceptance here, which is honest, that we are all collaborators and also in some ways competitors, right? Because we all apply sometimes for the same grant. That means we are competing. Sometimes we say, can we come together and apply for that? So I think that acceptance is important. So as I'm talking to, to my friend here, I'm asking, who is funding you and can I? No, I'm just kidding. No, I didn't ask that. Yeah. But it is true that sometimes there is competition even among us. And I think as Mina said, even between allies and survivors sometimes, for the same funding. So we realized that for us to be able to deal with human trafficking, where we're dealing with it, we needed like nearly everybody. And by everybody, I meant everybody. We went all the way to the president's office. I have pictures with the president and the first lady. And actually, I'm going back to Sierra Leone and I'm still going to the state house of the country. We also needed the parents. We needed the parents of the children who are moving from the districts to Freetown. We needed to speak with everybody. We needed to speak with chiefs. We needed to speak with chiefs who are in charge. These countries are centralized, but they're also devolved in their own ways, yeah? So that's why I was saying that human trafficking is a historical thing. So they still have chiefdoms, and the chief is in charge of his region. They are mostly male, so I'm going to say his region. And they have laws, they have bylaws there, and those bylaws actually are more important than any law that may be called Palermo Protocol or any law that may come from Freetown. Yeah, so we need to understand these bylaws, what laws guide you, and we realize that the bylaws had nothing about to do with child trafficking from our research. So get involved with very, 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 very strong local researchers. Stipulate to them. Then it takes time to build capacity because in the areas that we work in, for us, at least for me, we found that even though we wanted to work with local researchers, we still found that capacity was a little bit low. So that's a painful process, sending things back, things like budgets, being sent back like 10 times. No, this is not how they don't announce it. You've got to use this format. So building that capacity of that particular sector because your research, monitoring and evaluation person perhaps is one of the most important person, especially if you use the approach that we use. Okay, so either a local university or a local research organization, and I know that even doing that sometimes we still want, even when you're looking for research partners, the people that you get applying are research partners in the West, the UK, universities in the UK, and universities in the US, and there's this assumption that if I'm working with Harvard or Oxford, perhaps it will be easier. And I'm telling you, we've tried all that. It is not necessarily true. And I have colleagues in those places, so it's not necessarily true. So we have worked with local universities and local research partners who have now reached a place where they can do this research on their own. It has taken 5 years, but they can do this research now on their own. We spend a lot of time building capacity in terms of Zoom meetings. Our Zoom meeting can be 3 to 4 hours, and we are going through RDS. And they're like, I've never heard of anything called RDS. I'm like, just don't worry. In 2 months, you'll be able to do RDS, both, you know, small seed, big seed, 2 waves, 3 waves, you'll be able to do all of it, okay? So that is one sector. Academia, research, monitoring, and evaluation partners, very, very important. I spoke about leadership, and when I spoke about leadership, you saw me speak from the very highest level to the lowest level. The reason why it is important to speak to the highest level of leadership is because in these places, human trafficking is not a priority. Let me tell you the truth. For these governments, human trafficking is not a priority. So most of our work is in Africa. So when you speak about human trafficking, they're like, hey, we don't have roads. We don't have power. There's a blackout here. I thought we were in Africa. You know, we don't have power. We don't have water. We don't have electricity. You're speaking about human trafficking. So you've got to put it on the national agenda. They might have all these national frameworks and everything, but all those things are gathering dust on the shelves. You know, they write them when we go there. We think, oh, yes, we have a national framework with this particular country. We've signed something. I'm telling you, by the time you land here, you know, it's on the shelf, and when you go back, they'll clean it before you come back and say, you know, I think we signed this and we need to continue. So you want to put it at the national level and then keep the engagement. Keep that engagement continuous. If you visit once, keep the engagement. So when we launched our report, we invited the president himself. Said, Mr. President, we've completed our survey with 400 people, with local partners, and we have some findings that we want to present to the whole country. Because we found that the rates of child trafficking were extremely high, 40%. We said, Mr. President, these are your children, this is your country, and we want to present this to the whole country. He came. It was in the national papers, as I was saying about the media. For 1 week, it was like the top story. And everybody began to speak about child trafficking in Sierra Leone. And I'm telling you, I get very emotional about these things because I see, sometimes I look at people, the amount of money that we use and spend, but beyond money, you need energy. You need persistence and you need passion for this work. And I know researchers sometimes are not like, you know, passionate, you just want numbers and all that. I'm a different type of researcher, okay? So that is one. So you need the political class, and you need the leader, and you need the local leadership class, plus parents, okay? I've also spoke about journalists. So right now I can call any newspaper, I can call any TV station, they know my name, they know my number. If I call, I say, you know, we just found this, could you run it? They're going to run it. Because otherwise, usually if you call them for your function, they want money, yeah? And they want money so that they could come for your function. If I call them, they come for free because they know this is very, very important, okay? Now, other sectors, you know, like the private sector, like the work that you're doing with the Free the Slaves in Sierra Leone, sometimes it's not easy because for the private sector, it is what? It is like, you know, what do they have to lose and what do they have to gain, right? So for example, in Kedugu, the amount of gold that comes out of there is worth about $5 billion every year. And if you go to Kedugu, which is 11 hours northeast of Dakar by road, Bukini has been there, and I think some people have been there. You know, it's one of the least developed places ever. It's close to Mali, very insecure. You know, it's just a crazy place. You know, so working, and it is artisanal gold mining. This is not even like you know, commercial gold mining. This is artisanal gold mining. $5 billion every year. Okay, it goes to Dubai. Okay. So when you speak to the people who own those mines, local people who own those mines, the miners, you know, some come from Mali, some come from Senegal, you know, so trying to engage them like in this process has its own challenges, but it is something that you've got to really continue doing. So we have told them that, you know, we have girls here, also most of them come from Nigeria, most of the girls come from Nigeria, who are being exploited by the miners here. And we really think that this is not right, but you know, the men are there, they don't go to their families, they're there for like 3 months, you know, 2 months, you know, minors live in one place for a long time, so there's an attraction. Prostitution is legal in Senegal as long as you're 16 and up, and as long as you provide health records every 2 months, so it's legal. Okay, but of course we know we have had kids as young as 13 being repatriated back, So because it's international, you also want to collaborate with the ambassadors of those countries. So we called a meeting with the ambassadors of all the countries that we found the girls in Kedugu came from. So we had a meeting. This is about last year in September. So we had a training, told them, these are the findings of our study, seeing that girls from your countries, 60% of them are from Nigeria, are trekking. There are 10 countries, there are 6 countries, there are 5 countries between your country and Senegal. And these are the routes that they are using. And so they are coming in here and they're being exploited. And there are many challenges, the difficulties like returning them. We return them, we fly them back. For the girls, for some of them, it's the first time ever to be on a plane. Unfortunately, still. But we take care of them in a shelter, and then we fly them back. But even that, I still find is not enough, because we're trying to work with a sector in Nigeria to provide some psychosocial care and, like job preparation and better integration. That is working, but not as well as I would want. But this international sector, should I stop or I continue? Because
I think maybe if you pause it there, because I think you've given us a really detailed explanation of the multiple stakeholders that are needed. And I think it's really interesting, because I expect you could talk for another hour or 2 hours.
I had not even started.
Because you've not even started. But I think that is an answer in and of itself, actually. It makes the point really eloquently, David, that this is everybody. And when you said it takes everybody, I think we need to take you at your word. It genuinely does. And I think the further you sort of peel back the onion skin layers, the more people you need, and you realize that are needed in these responses. So thank you for eloquently answering that question for us. I just want to go briefly, just maybe with one more question to Ming, which is just around the bridges that need to be built between practice and academia, and the need for academia, in a sense, not to sort of sit in a little academic bubble and sort of disappear into its ivory tower, but to sort of really make that connection to academia, and just the importance of that, really, Ming, and some of the ways that you've been doing that. And then I think we'll open up to the floor for some questions.
It's one of the reasons why I got my PhD is because I found that I needed to translate English into English. I talk about code switching a lot. I translate academics to survivors, survivors to academics, survivors to non-survivors, non-survivors to survivors, because I don't think people really listen. And I think that is a key to building those bridges, is that we start to zone out. We start to think, oh, I've already heard that. I know what they're about to say. We start preparing what we're going to say before they're even done talking. And so what I've gotten really good at is listening and figuring out what people are saying underneath the words, and then reflecting that back. This is my social worker, reflexive listening, and then checking for understanding. And I think people actually love being humanized. So humanizing the academic as, yes, you're in this system, but there's agitators in every institution. There are academics like Dr. Okesh. There are people in the community who are academics. There are activists who understand researchers. I think it's this assumption that people are against us. And so trying to treat everyone in that same humanity place is key. So for me, coming from lived experience, I want to walk the walk. So it's not just about what we do, but it's about how we do it. And so making sure that I'm available to people who disagree with me, but as long as we can have a civil conversation and we're talking back and forth, then that's okay. And I think that's what we've lacked in when we start to be competitors and forget, okay, let's compete like we're competing for the Premier League title, except the financial fair play and abuse. But let's compete for us all to be better, rather than divide and conquer, because we have so much more work to be done out there. Let's not fight within ourselves. So I think it's the approach that we have to one another that's really, really important, because I think that's where we've stopped with academics is, oh, I'm afraid. How do I talk to a survivor? How do you talk to another human? Like, do I really have to explain to you? Just go say hi, ask how are you doing? Like, we start to kind of make it overcomplicated.
This is so important. You know, she just spoke about the Premier League, and we have one thing in common: both of us are Arsenal supporters. And
Fantastic. So I'd like to open up the floor, and if Liverpool supporters could come first with their questions, I'd be most grateful. Now, does anybody have a question from the floor? Dr. Joseph, can you...
En fait, ce n'est pas une question, mais c'est un commentaire que je voulais bien placer. Hein. Je voulais placer un commentaire parce que lorsqu'on parle de victimes, qui soient de victimes de travaux forcés, qui soient des victimes de violences sexuelles, qui soient des victimes d'esclavage moderne, tout ce que nous parlons dans Alliance 8.7, moi, quand j'en parle, ça me fait de la chair de poule. Ça me fait de la chair de poule, d'autant plus qu'il s'agit de personnes qui ont vécu des situations atroces et qui sont passées dans des situations très difficiles. Et je remercie vraiment les recherches qui ont été faites par les éminents scientifiques et qui prouvent la situation qui est sur le terrain. Mais je voulais bien qu'on comprenne ensemble que la situation des survivants, c'est une situation très fragile. Lorsqu'on quitte de la situation de victime vers survivant, et puis survivant leader comme on l'a appelé ici, on est survivant quand on quitte sa situation de départ dans laquelle on était. Soit c'est le gouvernement qui a mis en place un mécanisme ou qui a appliqué des lois pour que l'on soit tiré de cette situation, soit c'est par de sensibilisation par la société civile, etc., qui a fait quitter l'individu de cette situation-là. Mais il reste dans une situation très fragile parce que si on n'a pas bien diagnostiqué la problématique, si on n'a pas bien compris la profondeur de la question qui a fait que la victime soit victime, demain ou après-demain, il va revenir dans la situation de départ. Et j'inviterai les amis scientifiques de faire une étude approfondie sur le diagnostic de la problématique de victime avant qu'il soit survivant, quoi. Ça, c'est un. Donc, la situation peut basculer d'un moment à l'autre. Je prends un cas pratique parce que nous vivons, donc nous sommes des praticiens. On n'est pas dans les questions statistiques. Donc, c'est que nous vivons sur le terrain. Imaginez-vous des enfants qui ont perdu leur mère et qui doivent participer, n'est-ce pas, au revenu familial. Ces enfants sont exploités soit dans le mine, ces enfants sont exploités soit sexuellement, ces enfants sont exploités soit dans des groupes armés. Et que l'on vienne sensibiliser ces enfants, bon, ils ont compris, on fait trop de bruit aux médias, etc. Les enfants quittent, n'est-ce pas, là où ils sont exploités. Mais peu après, parce que ces enfants ne sont pas pris en charge, quelques jours après, ils rentrent dans ce milieu-là. Donc, ils ont été survivants, mais une survivance qui est très fragile, qu'à tout moment, ils peuvent revenir. D'autres peuvent quitter, n'est-ce pas, le milieu scolaire parce qu'ils n'ont pas de moyens pour étudier. Ils quittent le milieu scolaire pour aller faire des travaux, n'est-ce pas, pour être payés et subvenir aux besoins. Mais quelle que soit la sensibilisation qu'on peut mener, si ces enfants-là ne sont pas vraiment pris en charge ou on n'a pas répondu aux problèmes de départ, ils retourneront toujours dans leur milieu de départ. C'est pourquoi nous disons que la survivance est une notion très fragile et qu'il faut étudier profondément les causes pour arriver à trouver des solutions durables. Sinon, on sera toujours, on fera un cercle vicieux. Je vais vous donner un cas aussi plus pratique et je vais finir par là. Il y a de cela, je pense, 3 semaines dans mon pays, on a condamné un pasteur pour avoir pris en mariage une fille de 16 ans. Alors que ce pasteur-là, qui a pris une fille de 16 ans, il avait 5 femmes, c'était la 6e qu'il avait pris. Il a été condamné 11 ans de prison. Regardez maintenant, cette jeune fille avait déjà mis au monde un enfant. Les autres 5 femmes ont des enfants mineurs. L'étude montre que les enfants de ce pasteur qui a été arrêté, qui est en prison, ces enfants mineurs ont été retrouvés soit dans des sites miniers, soit dans des travaux, n'est-ce pas, domestiques. Donc, on résout un problème, mais on en crée toute une chaîne qui va se suivre. Et que donc, dans la conception des politiques publiques, on doit réfléchir davantage comment on peut résoudre un problème sans créer d'autres problèmes. Voilà un peu la réflexion que je voulais donner dans ce que nous sommes en train de dire. Merci beaucoup.
Fantastic. I think that's a really interesting set of points. A really interesting set of points, Joseph, that sort of speaks to the challenge of getting to the root causes and the unintended consequences of when you don't, that we want to avoid this whack-a-mole where we deal with something here and it creates a problem here. So I wonder if anybody from the panel wants to make any particular comment on how we do that in the research field.
Yeah. Yeah, briefly. Okay, briefly, yeah. Yeah, so maybe I'll just take 15 seconds. I think I agree with Joseph that it depends. So human trafficking is so different, yeah? It's complex, it's different. So what we see in Africa, in the DRC, very similar to Sierra Leone, that may be different from Europe. So I also want to be respectful that this is a European conference. And the issues here may be very different from the issues, maybe in Asia and Africa and all that. So I want to be respectful of that. But it is true that if our studies are showing the factors that are associated with human trafficking, whatever we call the pull and push factors, if we don't address those things, then I think we are just addressing the symptoms. It's, this is like even in medicine, right? If you have an underlying issue and there are symptoms and you're treating the symptoms, the underlying issue is still there. So we need to do something. But if you look at the history of poverty interventions, like in the US, for example, the reason why rich countries like the US have high levels of inequality, it is because it is very expensive to deal with poverty. So in the US, for example, I think it is easier to build prisons than to build like schools and to do things that would provide more children from ending into prison, right? We find it easier, just build a prison, it's easy to have it. But now if you have to build schools, then we've got to do things in the community, we've got to educate people. But actually, that is what we need to do. We need the will to do that. So I think we require boldness in this work to say that, in many parts of the world, human trafficking is a development issue. So let's deal with those things, and let's integrate human trafficking into other development work that we are doing. So that means people like the USAID, need to be involved in this work. We are very grateful to the Department of Labor, Department of State. We are funded by the Department of State, but that funding is so limited. Yeah, it's very constrained. Your study shows you the factors, but you can't address all the factors because the funding is limited. So those are the things that we've got to be aware of and just be bold and try to find ways of dealing with them.
Can I just add that I think the point is important. I have heard from people with lived experience who will say, why did you take me out and then put me in a different prison? Because asylum systems and not having the right to work makes it so they're existing. They wouldn't even say they're surviving. So we make this promise of freedom. We talk about identifying victims, but if we have no future plan, it's pointless. So I think what's important is that we need to have people who are thinking about much longer. We think about maybe 2-3 years, but I myself, it took me 15 years to be out of debt, to, really be on a financial footing. And I think we don't think about that because we are driven by this idea of freedom. We haven't actually asked survivors what freedom looks like, right? So I think we need to ensure that the aftermath, aftercare, people have the ability to earn a livable wage and to get the mental health support, to get everything that they need. I think this is why I will be on about survivor engagement. We don't think about, try to build your life from scratch. Do you know what that takes? We do not have universal basic income. There's so many things. I can go on a soapbox about it. But I think that is why, if we have survivors leading things, we are already thinking about that. We don't, as soon as somebody gets out, we are already thinking about, how do you get out of exploitation for good?
Fantastic. I'm just going to come to Lois with some comments.
Yeah, just to add very quickly, I think what we're touching on around this unintended consequences within the business space, we're having this conversation more and more as well. And we had some examples lately where, because a business has told their supplier, you need to now comply with our emissions policy, so a supplier is saying, oh, well, to reduce my emissions, I'll turn off the air conditioning. And then the workers in the factories are fainting because they then don't have work, So there are situations like that happening where, from the beginning, we have to start from the planning, from that conceptualization stage, involving people and thinking more broadly and more laterally about, well, this one thing isn't just about resolving that one thing, it's also about what are the other connected things. And if you don't engage the community, you don't engage the workers, you don't engage people with lived experience, you don't engage, as David was saying earlier, everyone. Actually, if we're not just listening, I think, that's where those issues come. But there is a potential, if we think longer term, not just about solving that one little step or that one symptom, but thinking, what does that whole freedom dividend look like for the whole country? Making those investments actually are worth it in the long run, and everybody benefits, and when everybody has meaningful work and freedom in, further down the line. I think that's what I was going to say.
Fantastic.
For some reason, we are in the tricky time when people have eaten, they've had lunch, and they're at that stage of like, we've had a lot of knowledge from this morning to this time on. But we want to bring in some real life experiences. This is going to be storytelling time, because we are talking about a subject matter that has already been talked about. Okay. Yes, thank you for that. Me and my colleague, we are going to tap in continuous discussion on survivor engagement, but we are going to focus on the importance of survivor engagement or partnership with the government. It's not far from what has been discussed since morning. We're just going to kind of follow up and build up on what has been already mentioned. My name is Malaiko Ringo. I'm the founder and CEO of Footprint to Freedom. It's a survivor-led organization that works to empower survivors, but at the same time to advocate and promote survivor-led initiatives across Africa. We recently started a journey of being a movement or a coalition that is led by survivors. Footprint itself, it's mainly in the beginning, as a survivor myself, I thought that the best way to kind of bring the voices of survivors is to empower them and give them the capacity they need to inform. And since I was based in the Netherlands, I thought that I need to tap in and build capacity in areas where there was not much efforts done. So I went back
to my home country, Uganda, and started building capacity building, but then also awareness raising. In raising awareness, I realized that you cannot really raise awareness if you do not have the right capacity, the knowledge to share beyond your own experience. And in that way, I had to take a step back to build capacity for survivors, empowering them, and build an empowerment center in Uganda where we give kind of not only mentorship, but preparedness for survivors that are emerging to have the qualities, the confidence to inform the anti-human trafficking response. But then we realized that as we were working on reintegrating and supporting survivors and prevention, we realized that a lot of survivors have been victims exploited in neighboring countries, like in Kenya, in Rwanda, and Tanzania, but there was no multi-regional cooperation. And we were wondering in which way could we bring a coordinated approach of survivors also leading efforts beyond regional focus. So we started working, empowering survivors in other countries. And now Footprint is working in 18 countries, kind of fostering survivor leadership across Africa. And we hope that within the next 2 years, we could make 54 survivor leaders to represent the whole African region. Why? We are thinking that it's a high time, since now we have the capacity, we have the understanding and the platform, that it's time to contextualize solutions. Most of the time, the resources and also the donors' money come with a bit of culture and expectations. We thought that in order for us really to make ground change, we need to contextualize solutions, also speaking to matters that really affect survivors and victims in Africa. One challenge that I got in the beginning was when we talk about labor trafficking, they mentioned that already. You go to raise awareness, they're like, what are you talking about? That is a way of life. You cannot talk about human trafficking and labor trafficking and saying child's rights when these parents do not even have the resources or money to take the children to school. So what we decided to do is raising awareness, but also offering an alternative. But the core of our work is using survivors' experience, our stories to inform, to share the terrors of what happens in human trafficking, so that others who are really thinking about maybe migrating, or those ones that are supporting survivors could understand. So I, as a survivor, I realized that in order for this to happen, I need to get a pack of survivors. So that we, as it has been mentioned, that we need everybody. I think it was a term that has been said. We borrowed it from Bukeni. Now we're taking it back home. We need everybody. But what is the position of everybody when it comes to survivors? We are diverse. We have different needs, and we have different levels of capacity. So way forward, Footprint is trying to bring together survivors I actually also understanding that there are different stages of their recovery and they have different capacities, and how can we bring it together to kind of inform and make a difference. On my table is Ithohan. She's going to introduce herself.
Thank you, Malaika. It's so great to be here and to see everyone and our interest and desire, because for you to leave your home or your various countries to be here this wonderful 3 days is because you have passion to actually fight this crime. And as I always say, is that it is a crime against humanity. That's the word I always use, because we need to see it beyond just coming for conferences and talking about the issue. But there are faces we can see. There are wounds we can see. There are pains we can see that are hidden. And that is why we are here in this roundtable today. I am my colleague to represent these faces and these voices that can be seen or heard. I am Itoan Kundaye, originally from Nigeria, and I live in Finland. I'm a founder of Shiny Hope Foundation Against Human Trafficking. We work in Nigeria and also in Finland. We work to actually identify, rescue, and actually to empower, build, and equip victims and survivors of trafficking. And we have been able to do a lot with that, with so many vulnerable girls in Nigeria, and we kind of like empower them, help them get skills acquisition programs, trainings, and then we equip them with the necessary equipment or materials they need to actually start their own life, to be self-empowered. So that is our own little quarter of kind of like helping them to actually having a second option, just maybe in case they come across traffickers who we want to offer them, but our own little way of offering them something, at least they have something to live on. So this is what we do, and I'm also a survivor leader and a member of the International Survivor Advisory Council, ODA, ISTAC. Yeah, so I will be talking more about that later. Thank you.
Thank you. This is kind of a unique table because we are two and we are saying, how can we bring this more relaxing? So we're just going to have a conversation because we are our own moderators and it seems we are going to be interviewing each other, if you don't mind. And then we later going to interview you, so be ready. So the point, the theme of our talk today is what is the importance of engaging survivors with governments? They talked about in our initial discussions, how have the survivors been engaged with civil society, with researchers, and the biggest gap is with the government. But we thought that before we tap into that, we wanted to do a reflection on our journey of survivor, to be engaged in this process. Not only being by the government, but the whole journey with civil society, with researchers. Ithohan, could you please step in and share with us, what is your reflection about survivor engagement and inclusion as a survivor leader?
Yeah, I think when it comes to survivor engagement and inclusion, there are many factors involved. It's not enough of being identified as a survivor, and it's not enough. I think these have really been restated today a lot in this place, to be invited to give speeches or to share your story. There is so much entailed in survivor inclusion because there are many things you need to put in consideration, actually. And these are things that are very important. First of all, you have to know that the survivor is a person. And apart from their story or what they have been through, they have a life. And not just that, as many have stated today, there are people who are experts in various fields. And most times it's so painful that survivors are always seen as victims or people who are traumatized and all that, or who have mental issues and they need some psychological help. But apart from that, we are people who are experts, who are empowered, and we are key stakeholders when it comes to combating human trafficking. So it's very important to actually know this, that as survivors, we've been included in every sector. As someone has said, she mentioned something about continuation. So there is need for continuation of inclusion, not just in being included, but that continuation. And it has to be in every sphere and in every sector, irrespective of what sector. Is it the civil society? Is it the government? Is it the... So we have to be included, especially when it has to do with us and what we have been through. So I think, okay, can you hear me? Okay, yeah. So I think actually that for you to be able to solve my problem, you have to actually know what I'm going through. So you can't solve a problem of someone that you haven't spoken to, or is not even there to let you know what they are going through. So I think in most cases that is what is being done. We hold meetings upon meetings and programs and conferences year in, year out, talking about these issues, how we're going to solve them, without consulting those that are actually involved in this problem. So the best way of inclusion, you have to actually include them in whatever decisions that is being made, as long as it is something that concerns them, because survivors actually can also have a key role to play in this area. So they can give you ideas, they can actually suggest to you steps and things they think that can be done. And I think we saw this in a very high level when we were working with the OSC, the ODA, as the International Survivor Advisory Council, because we were able to come up with writings and advices that we're able to put together. And today we have the NRM handbook. That was the work of the survivors. We did it. We came together, we spoke, we gave suggestions, and we're able to, so that is to tell you that survivors have so much to put on the table. It's beyond what we are saying. It's beyond how we look at them. So it's that time we start really understanding that including them is very important, even in policy making, even in every sphere. And also, let's see them as key stakeholders, as colleagues. Let's equip them, empower them. And one thing I'll just say before I hand over back to my colleague is this, that most time we forget that survivors, they also have a life. And we kind of like invite them to our conferences. Sometimes we just want to use them to show that, okay, you know, survivors are there or there. No, we want a place in the table. We want a place in those offices where every other person gets a job. We want our voices to be heard, not just, you know, we being like a supplementary support. No, we want a place. So give us the job. We are capable. We have the capacity to do it. See us as professionals and we'll deliver. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared, because most time organizations are scared of us and they think, oh, this person cannot handle this. Oh, this. No, not everybody is in that, you know, just like the shaking. There are people who have become survival leaders. They have been able to actually build themselves, not just like something that is done maybe, but during the years, they'll be able to build capacity, build expertise, and they'll be willing to throw themselves out there to be able to impact the world around them. So give them the chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that passionate sharing. And what resonates with me is that seeing a survivor as a whole person is something that has been missing and continues to miss. My journey has been a little bit different because I started on the anti-human trafficking front when a lot of us didn't know what to do then. That is almost 14 years ago. And stepping into the front line just at the age of 18, with one major goal to be the last victim, I had my rope of shortcomings, because by that time, they just needed a survivor on the stage to share their story, not the part of my whole being and that part that being a survivor. Oh, by that time, even I wasn't a survivor, I was still a victim because I was still fresh. But then what I did understand is that the progress we've made, I really need to acknowledge you all, the progress we've made in the engagement and growing together in understanding what is the actual role of survivors in this whole journey. How are they part of the whole process? One thing I didn't understand then was that in the midst of sharing my experience to make impact, I didn't realize that if it's not coupled by other skills and knowledge, I became a story for more than 10 years. Then you become the most known European survivor. And sometimes they forget the name. Like she said, their mothers, they have got their own identity. One thing that I remember was that every time I left the stage, with my passion to say that I need to make sure that people hear what happens to this victim so that it doesn't happen to another person, no one was protecting me. It was the other person. There was no preparedness of, how can you say, a trauma-informed environment beyond only, we call them trauma-informed environment, but a structure where if a survivor speaks about her experience and leaves the room, who is there to ask, are you okay? How are you feeling? So I would get out and tell my social work, I just feel like my organs have left my system. I feel so hollow. It didn't have a name then, but they said, go and take paracetamol and sleep. Then I'll come back the next time. I mean, show up and show up and show up. Why am I sharing this? This is still the same dilemma a lot of survivors are experiencing while we're engaging them. We do not have the capacity, we do not have the knowing and infrastructure to defend, to support them in the process of sharing their experiences, but at the same time giving them the capacity in preparedness of such things like re-traumatizing. When I realized that, okay, anything that you have to do and your stomach hurts and then you don't feel your heart or your inner self, then it's not a good thing. So then I started realizing, how can I also engage other survivors to tell them that this is what they call re-traumatization. So with help of other survivors, I had to ask to come up with another coalition or engage with survivors who are in the same field. It's called Beyond Survivors, to come up and discuss this issue. How do we approach this re-traumatization? One other thing was, we did not get a handbook or guideline. What do you need to know before you enter that door? It's not as grammarless as it is, as it looks. It's not as confident, like it has taken me more than 15 years to be here today. But who is there to share that journey with you, to prepare you to deal with hostile journalists who are just giving you sensational questions because they want to sell the best newspaper? What about me appearing in any research report that makes me only remain as a sample in that whole report? My whole being is not really acknowledged. And then there are points where you can find that we feel, as she has mentioned, that being a survivor is a circumstance that happens to a person. It's not their whole being, which means that we're not tapping in the actual skill settings that, or sets that survivors have. In my role as also leading an organization, I lead survivors. And I also learned from the civil society how they were engaging me, and I was engaging survivors the same way. Then one time I realized that I sent some survivors to do grassroots work, but then there was one survivor, every time we were being engaged in a conference or before we leave, said, we must pray. And when she holds her hands together, like she used to pray, and then you feel her spiritual gift. Then I looked at her and I told her, you have a pastoral gift. How can we use this into our healing, creating a healing space for survivors? Today, she's doing counseling, but also she has helped us tap into the faith-based organizations because that's what she linked to. So I started assessing survivors for who they are. They are artists, they are mentors, some are counselors, some are cooks, and some just want to be on they don't want to be on the front line, some are researchers. But what can you do in your respective positions to acknowledge and recognize that a survivor is a circumstance? When Malaika comes on board, she's an advocate. And then you empower her in that area. Why we wanted to share this journey is just to make sure that our processes are not linear, they are different. And we should acknowledge that we don't have to engage survivors as one size fits all. when you engage us as a group, as a team, as individuals, you need to ask yourself, which exact expertise am I looking for? In that way, we'll be able to make impact. Now that we've talked about our journeys, we thought that we come back to the elephant in the room. What does the actual partnership with the government, with Survivor, look like? And why has there been this gap? The hierarchy is so big, the power distance, the bar is too high for survivors to reach the government level, to inform their action plan. What is happening? Ithohan, what is your take about not only the importance of survivors to inform governments, but the partnership between survivors and the government?
Okay, thank you. I think human trafficking in itself is a global phenomenon. And without partnership, it will never be possible to actually fight the crime. I think Dr. Hayab actually demonstrated that when he asked us to clap our hands, and we saw that it will be very much more easier when both ends are clapped together than when you're trying to clap one end, which was more difficult. So it's actually goes to collaboration. When it comes to survival and governmental partnership, we need collaboration. We need support. Because sometimes it looks as if the gap between the survivors and the government is so far away. So how are we going to mend the gap? Who is going to mend the gap? And who is going to bring the survivor and the government closer to work in partnerships and collaboration? Yes, we agree that many a times survivors are being represented by NGOs, civil societies, and people speaking on their behalf on the table. But we are talking about, we want that close collaboration whereby survivors themselves engage directly with the government. And I think we all can agree in this room that this has not really been achieved. We want to bring survivors and give them the opportunity to work directly with the government. We don't want to isolate them and keep them, in a and be the voice speaking for them and the voice acting on their behalf. We agree that there are those who don't want to be public, but at the same time, there are those who are doing the work and putting in their all, risking their lives, coming out to say, I am ready to take up the fight. But how do we bridge the gap? That should be the question. How do we bridge the gap between survivors and governments? What are we to do to actually ensure there is this collaboration between the both parties? So I am actually throwing these out to us. I'm not saying you should answer them now, but just ponder on it, because we all in this room have a role to play in our various sectors to actually see how we can bridge the gap between the survivor and the government to ensure that there is a collaboration. It's good. Many a times, of course, it's good that we actually, invite them when it comes to policies, decisions, and things like this. It's good. But are there things we can do? Maybe establishing national advisory councils in our various member states. Of course, we have been advocating that in the International Advisory Council, that we want to have advisory councils in every member state. Not just, yes, we have the US Advisory Council, we have the International Survivor Advisory Council of the ODA, but what do we think if we establish a National Advisory Council in every member state? It will do a lot of work and a lot of difference, because someone said earlier on that She is a survivor, but you can't invite her to come and speak, for example, in a country where she has no experience. So it's important that we engage various survivors in every countries or member state. That way we'll be able to have more resources. It will be easy for us to work more because we are dealing with it from the grassroots. So we have survivors everywhere and we engage with them. That way the collaboration between survivors and government become more easier. So we don't want to project some few people who are seen as the, the all in all, but we want everyone to come out, to be part of this collaboration. So I think this is important, and these are some things we should reflect on, even after today when we leave this conference. Let's come up with plans, with thoughts. What are the things we can do? How can we bridge the gap? Hopefully there will be an answer, and someday we'll be sitting in a forum like this where we'll be discussing something different and not talking about the partnership of survivors and government, because we will be able to bridge that gap. So this is what we are looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting the issue of a big gap between survivors and the government, unlocking the right mediators, or we call them the torchbearers or stewardess who can help us open those doors. You know, there is something that we always say in Africa, relevance by relationship. It's very absurd, but it's really the fact that sometimes you need to be having some relationships for you to enter certain doors. And survivor leaders, at some extent, they've not been able to attain them. One thing I have to acknowledge for Alliance 8.7 is that in their way, their mechanism to bridge that gap, enforcing governments, that we had that in the morning, where they've bridged the gap by being the gate between survivors and the government, creating these advisory boards to inform action plans, as we've seen in Kenya and we've seen in Congo. This is one of the best practices that I think the whole of Europe should really take on board, because that is the main easy way that we could be able to bridge that gap. We need some steadfast institution, organization that have already built this relationship to make sure that they bring us closer to the government. But one thing we have to acknowledge, I mentioned in the last discussion forum, we are talking about the issue of stakeholder engagement and collaboration. Survivors come from marginalized groups, and they are already been marginalized by the government. These are people who have not been speaking with the government even before becoming victims. So it is like a wrong road to make that connection, because the government itself, by choice, by design, by policies, these people are not supposed to be on this table. In Europe, these are migrants, for example. For example, if there's a party that is now going on in Europe that is anti-migrants, we don't want refugees here, and with that background, how do you start a conversation saying this refugee wants to sit at the table with the system that doesn't want to do anything with refugees? We see the Roma community. They've been the most marginalized people within Europe. But how will they get a seat at the table if they do not have even acknowledgement about the issues of systematic discrimination that are happening? So before we talk about engagement, we need to take stock of the current policies. How have they been discriminating vulnerable population to an extent that inclusion it's a mission impossible. So one thing I want to emphasize, that if you've been marginalized, you've not been heard. When you've not been a victim, it becomes even worse. You become even more silenced when you become a victim. Secondly, there's a power hierarchy we have to acknowledge. The government holds a lot of power. that it makes it very difficult for us to engage, which requires in institutions that have got power to kind of connect us to the government. We need pathfinders of engagements to open the door. But another fact is the capacity. As I mentioned, survivors are most vulnerable, the vulnerable people. They are not educated. They have been having either traumatic issues, either post-war, either, for example, victims of human trafficking have once been victims of violence or sex abuse. So they have multiple problems that make the engagement even more difficult. So we come back to the multi-sector engagement, identifying these kind of people who are at risk of human trafficking and say, how do we engage this conversation? How do we make engagement and inclusion a culture of normacy, not that something that is very difficult to attain? Some of the suggestions that I have, one has been talked about, is advisory board, which we really think it's important. And if it's not possible within the government, we need organizations that are already having coalitions to engage survivors, to advise partly the coalition so that our voices can go beyond our national forum. There is also one thing that we were hoping that there is always capacity for informing governments, but there are not survivor-led trainings that are informing governments about these issues. And sometimes I ask myself, there are a lot of actions plans on anti-human trafficking around Europe, around the world. To what extent is the voice of survivors in those action plans that can become into policies? And if so, how diverse have this been engagement? Were they victims of disabilities? Are they victims from migrant positions? Are they women? Are they men? Are they children? Where are they come from, so that we get a real picture of what is happening? Timekeeper.
Yes, so just to give you guys a little heads up, you've got about 4-ish minutes, 4 or 5 minutes before everyone comes back.
Okay.
But remember, we're still talking about the movement narrative next, so a lot of the content that you've been bringing up is going to be critical to that discussion as well. So I think you're kind of in a transition.
Okay. Lastly, there is something I think that would work. We're thinking about institutionalizing survivor-led engagement practices where it becomes a standard of practice rather than an initiative. We want a political will. We want, in that way, there will be accountability from the civil society or to the business sectors to be able to engage survivors. So we want that piece where the government have these clause or guidelines of engagement that will enforce action towards engaging survivors. We wanted to give room for one quick question. We had more questions, but let's give one. Could anybody share one best practice that in which way they've been engaging survivors, and what actual expertise were they looking for in survivors? Any volunteer? Yes, Mustafa.
Hello, can you hear me? Is that, yes, okay, great. It's a bit like karaoke, isn't it? First is to say thank you for the presentations and also your passion. I think it reminds us that we have to think very, deliberately and professionally about how to address these issues, but the passion is important. We're talking about human lives, and so that's really powerful. Very briefly, so my organization, Equidem, is a human rights charity. We do a lot of investigations into corporate supply chains. In fact, the majority of the companies we investigate in hospitality, agriculture, construction, and so forth, they're actually European companies, which is very interesting. All of our investigators are survivors of modern slavery, migrant workers, former migrant workers, garment sector workers. So the value is really obvious. Firstly, that we get incredible data. Secondarily, is that we get these insights into not just the issues of modern slavery, but the wider context and, what others spoke about earlier about the unintended consequences of a potential intervention, that you want to do certain thing, like Joseph was saying before about you may prosecute a perpetrator, turns out there's an impact. So that's really interesting. Knowing how to address that is much more challenging, but that's really helpful. But the third thing is, and that came out of my own experience, having worked in government, having worked for other human rights organizations, was this strong belief that we have to give ownership to rights holders. And even being honest with you today, I'd rather my colleagues were speaking to you, but we couldn't get visas to Brussels in time. But for us, it's not just about the documentation, it's about how do we empower these impacted people. So for us, the value is massive. And what's been really interesting for us has been that, we developed our 5-year strategy, we shared that with our team, and, they gave their input onto that, which really informs and actually deepens the commitment, because they will tell you in their own personal experiences of what are the negatives, but also the positives. And I'll end on this point, but one of my colleagues, Geoffrey, who's our senior Kenya investigator, trade unionist his whole life, worked as a health and safety inspector on the stadium that held the final of the Qatar World Cup. He was part of a team that uncovered a massive modern slavery exploitation cover-up, and which in itself was harrowing. But when you talk to him in his spare time on a Sunday, he's a very religious man. His church has an orphanage, and the orphanage is mostly children whose parents are either working overseas or who have disappeared for whatever reason. So when you're just having a casual conversation and you talk to Geoffrey, he's living and breathing this, but he's doing something about it. And so I can come, sitting in London, talk about my strategies, and it looks great. I have the flow charts, and I've got my 20 years of building my ego, thinking I know what I'm talking about. But someone like Geoffrey can really not just reality test it, but humanize it. So I think that's the value that we're finding, and I'm sure others are as well.
Oh, thank you for sharing. And one thing I like from Equidom is not only engaging survivors as a consultant, as part-time, they are part. And this is what we are missing. It's just they're part of the institution. They are part of the organization. That you can rely on them, they can rely on them or on you. But in most time, I always use a funny word that survivors are always guests on their own party, which doesn't it doesn't make a sustainable outcome if the owner of the party is a guest. Then which means it doesn't even have the power to control the direction of the party or when it should start or should end. Any suggestion, any other suggestion?
Sorry, I was just going to say, actually, rather than that, I think I'd probably, maybe it's a bit of a call to action for all of us, particularly those that are NGO actors. And Malika will know this because I know that you've done a lot of work with UNODC and stuff. And we were at the Constructive Dialogue engagement last year in October. And it's supposed to be a constructive dialogue, but they don't actually consult or have any dialogue directly with survivors. They use NGOs as spokespeople. Now, I work for an NGO. I've worked in the modern slavery sector for 15 years now. I'm an expert on designing and delivering services for individuals. I'm not a survivor, and I'm not an expert in survivor experiences or survivorship. And I think one of the things that was great in the multi-stakeholder day, myself and other NGOs were like, no, we're not going to speak for them. Why have you not invited survivors here? Rather than using NGOs to act as a proxy for those individuals. So I think actually all of us can be agents of change and disruption in our spaces to ask for that. So like stuff that Mustafa's talked about, like that's exactly what we should be doing. Rather than that, I think there was a space for that, there was a space for positive allyship, but now we need to move beyond that to actually demand that in the spaces that we all operate in, and yet not be guests at your own party basically, but how can we make it a party for those people? Yeah.
Thank you. I think you can pass.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great conversation, and thanks so much, really, for your leadership on this panel or workshop. I think what I'm seeing through the Pathfinder process, especially with the Alliance at 8.7, is the space that's been opened for partnership, for engagement, for influence, and for really trying to work with a really an unlikely partner, which is government. If you look at throughout the Pathfinder countries, the two examples here that we discussed this morning, the Kenya and the DRC, are the only ones. So you have this whole new framework of Pathfinder countries that is on the learning journey. Now, what is missing is how survivor networks can see that as an opportunity to engage, as not wait them to be engaged, but how you really go to engage, to take a proactive action. And that is what is missing in many ways. If you look at, unfortunately, Madam Carver wasn't here in person. You look at the presentation, not even any talk about survivors. If that same for Germany, same for the Netherlands, and same for those for Albania, same for Turkey. So I think is really in terms of the alliance, the accountability framework is a mandatory framework for all the Pathfinder countries to really engage survivor in the process. So a roadmap will not be a final roadmap if it's still missing those elements, that one. And then number two, there has been also another set of recommendations that were actually approved at the Alliance 8.7 in terms of engaging survivors in the process at national level. So it's pretty much how national networks can see that space that is being now available, which didn't exist before, to create partnerships. So it kind of breaks the fear that used to exist before. How do I engage with government? These guys have the police, are the one kind of targeting us, etc. But now to say the space is there now because it didn't exist before, or at least in the form that it is now, to engage. So it is really about opportunity. If you are in the Netherlands, reach out to the Netherlands government, because they have to go through a process of redeveloping their roadmap. If you are in Albania, do the same. And also you can also make sure that your government, if it's not yet a Pathfinder country, what advocacy can you do to push the government to become a Pathfinder country? There are also other ad hoc processes going on at national level, including the national action plans, whether on child labor or human trafficking or forced labor. Those are opportunities that are there, which really means, how to. Now, it's also about skills. It's also about, really the capacity to engage. Most of this global self-government will not provide funding for that. Mostly it will come from other bilateral partners. So there's still quite, things to be done, but really the opportunity is there, and that was really the message this morning. The opportunity to engage is there, and most of these Pathfinder government are open because there is a mandatory process that obliged every government to engage in that process. It is not a matter of choice. It is really an obligation.
I think we're kind of gathering a little bit. I'm not sure if someone's going to close the door there. We'll keep it open. Is my head in the way? Okay. Well, thank you for being here and waiting till the end of the day. I want to say that, I don't like the word survivor, so I am a champion beyond human trafficking. At More to Life, we say victim to survivor, survivor to thriver, and thriver to champion. And to be a Muhammad Ali champion, there's something about being also other-centered while you're caring for yourself. my organization, More to Life, May 7th was the 20-year anniversary of the organization that I founded, and I've seen a lot in that time frame. I met Ming when she was a little girl, practically. We were both. But I think that a survivor-founded organization, in doing all this work, there's so many of them that have closed. There's so many of them that I support now, and there's so many survivor leaders or champions that we've supported financially in other ways, because the first sort of decade of the work from 2000 really hitting the ground when that law was passed in the US to 2012. They're pulling survivors from all over the US and different parts of the world, trying to understand what is this, even though there was the Mann Act and the Slavery Act and other acts from 1910 and 1949 and other times, people really didn't understand the undulating aspects of it. And survivors went around the country for a decade not being paid. Many of those survivors, some have passed away, some were forgotten. There are some that are homeless. Some went back into addiction. Some went back into different forms of prostitution. And some have been completely forgotten about. And so as a servant with a new tech startup, with More to Life, and just a godly heart, when Bukini and Free the Slave asked that I help support them in this incredible initiative, I am sort of leading like dozens and dozens and dozens of people, though this is not mine by any means. Different languages, different comments go into a Google Doc to really break down the different aspects of the narrative. We understand that prior to 2000, the narrative was scattered from 1910 and onwards, and anything related to slavery prior had to do with the Emancipation Proclamation and different forms of slavery historically. And so the first part of the doc, you would have gotten an email last night, maybe a reminder this morning, to read kind of why and what Bukini and Free the Slaves wanted to do, was to update something that was done 24 years ago. And 24 years ago, you know, Marcia from U.S. government will also tell you that there weren't a lot of survivor voices in that first document, the TVPA, and the descriptions and understanding of human trafficking. It was very political, it was very important, but not every voice was heard, and there wasn't anything regarding the histrionics of slavery. And so I want to state that one of Bukini's passions, and this is something that is a draft, that will create another draft, and then another draft, and another draft, and then a final draft, which is still this narrative discussion. And I think it's bold and extraordinary, and I honor Bukini and Free the Slaves and their entire team for taking this on. The document you see before you is the second draft of the first draft. The first draft was released last year in Dominican Republic. Obviously, you know, the passion of many survivors of sex trafficking particularly, and people felt that there were different reasons why their voices wasn't heard. And so getting past that, this draft here is just a very soft draft, which has a lot of ways to go, but it does include over 100 voices of survivors and stakeholders in various nations around the world that have given sort of the key aspects of what they did not, sort of the culmination collective impact of what needed to change. And after hearing many of you speak through conversations last night and all day today, it's just extraordinary. You're all incredibly brilliant. And so the template obviously was climate change. Climate change is something that people can really get behind now. Everyone understands it, but here's the thing. Climate change, they looked back at 800,000 years through supercomputers and scientific study Earth modeling to understand every aspect and crust and core of the Earth. And it wasn't until 1938 that the proof of rising temperatures was documented. And so it's important to know, as we use it as a template, we have to look at the topics that are here that we can talk about and then go through the narrative just slightly. It has changed, and so this will be a call to action. And so just note that at the end of this, you already have this document. It's important that we have your comments in the side column in the Google Doc. Por favor. Merci in advance. Marche, baba. All the above. Claro que sí. Muito bom. So I think it's really important. One of the really just aspects of the narrative that people didn't see was this focus on a shared humanity. This issue has transliterated so much, and Ming and many of you here can understand so many different terms and aspects of that from before 2000 and even now are so siloed and fragmented, and we lack this synergistic, cohesive understanding. And because of that, we'll ineffectively actually deal with the issue. And I will say that when I came out of human trafficking before I became an actor, I could barely speak. I was pigeon-toed. I looked down. I was not who you see today. So as we say back in Los Angeles, don't get it twisted. This has been a journey of coming out of suicidal ideations and profound self-torment to be this wonderful woman that you see here. So I'm just joking, but you know what I'm saying. So let's talk about the focus on shared humanity. I think I'll go through the list, and then we're going to go through the document a little bit and have some discussion. And then I want to get sort of a hand raise and call to action, because you guys are going to all sort of be a part of giving some comments, right? Yay, woohoo, come on. Yeah, okay. Shift from immensity to impact. One of the things in the document besides shared humanity was, even though, even some of the work by Isabel Wilkerson, Pulitzer Prize winning author and filmmaker, some of the numbers are still quite unknowable. And when you focus on sort of the fragmentation of data, sometimes you miss story and understanding, because we still argue about data. The original document in 2000 didn't really consist of data that was absolutely accurate, but no one really understood, so no one really argued against that data. But today, there were challenges with the data, and so it's important that this is not necessarily a U.S. thing, a U.S. State Department, HHS, U.S. government, but this is a global narrative that everyone can buy into and really embrace, so that the rest of the world, civil society and others, we can really create prevention initiatives and do something that really puts a dent into reducing the numbers around various forms of human trafficking. The story style over numbers, very similar bullet point. Empowerment, not just rescue. Some of the liturgy within the document had to do with the victim service aspects. And I think that as you read this updated draft, it's really important, your nation, your region, your experience, your work, your history, you're really able to add substantive answers that really quantify aspects around qualitative data and understanding around service provision and what is needed now. It's so important. This universal call to action, you won't see that fully in this document, but when this soft draft is done after Belgium, another soft draft, there'll be something really important about universal calls to action. And so I would implore you and ask you with passion, we would, to really think about global calls to action. Also, all forms, all voices. That's all you've all talked about all day. That has to be represented in the document so that anyone who's been marginalized, exploited, trafficked, labor, whatever type, human trafficking, sex trafficking, all of it, that every survivor can feel that this is something that represents them, while stakeholders within the movement and those without actually understand what this is. Because believe it or not, at some very high-powered dinners and events that I go to, many people in the world still don't understand after all this time. They just don't. Terminologies, my goodness. Well, we talked about that. I think Ming Dang talked about it a bit, Dr. Dang. Forgive me. Terminologies is really important. One thing that people talk about, just because you come out doesn't necessarily mean that you are a survivor. Some people think that full survivorship isn't until you understand who you are psychologically. If someone assumes you're a survivor, they assume that you don't need anything. And so there might be this precipitation or understanding that we need to add subcategories or understandings. What are the different types of survivors? When you're rescued, you're a survivor, but you're still operating in victim mentality often for many years to come. And so how do you state the understanding of the mental health dynamics around that within the document, in addition to various points of narrative that is really powerful? This has to be a document that everyone says, you know what, it's the 80-20 law of economics. 80% of us believe this is pretty good. Everything is here. And additional summarizations of documents can be done, or cited pages, glossaries, etc. But the main narrative needs to be something we can all embrace. This thing around generational voices is really, really important. If you were trafficked, you know, in the 60s, we rescued victims, in the 70s, in the 80s, you're still alive, you're kicking, you're providing services today. You were trafficked in the 90s, you were trafficked in the early 2000s, you were trafficked before the pandemic. It has absolutely changed how traffickers work. And so when people talk about bringing survivors into the movement, they're not talking about the generalization or generality of, forgive me, of those different voices and demographics based on various generations of survivors. It's important that that's something that is really important and heard within the document. That's something that we heard and that I was reminded of last night and this morning, because there were about 12 points, but wanted to highlight 7. And so someone who was trafficked in Los Angeles in the 70s or 80s is absolutely different than someone who's being trafficked now via social media or post-pandemic and all the different things that they've gone through. In addition to that, the propensity of violence is deeper. Also, it's important when we talk about data there was a number, 1.1 million or so in the US. Those of us who live in the United States know that that is lower than what actually is. So it's really important how we word and state numbers and what is human trafficking, because most people put child labor, exploitation, modern day slavery, and all forms of exploitation under human trafficking, and that is how their organizations work. That's how they fight for dollars. If that's not the case, and it's not the case, then it needs to be reflected in the document somehow so that we are on the same page cohesively and really understand what is human trafficking. Is that modern day slavery? Is child labor human trafficking? What about forced prostitution? What does that mean? Commercial exploitation of a child, well, what is that? I'm confused sometimes, and I have lived experience. And so I think this is really surmountably important. When we talk about colonialism, the reason it's important, if we're utilizing the climate change template as this foundational piece that globally everyone really agrees on, and they've been able to aggregate billions of dollars to fight climate change. We need billions of dollars to combat all of these issues. And it's there. It really is there, somehow, some way. But the foundation of that has to, well, sorry, I kind of segued. If that's the foundation and that's what they did, then we have to also look back at various forms of slavery at a greater level. Dr. Johannes had some really incredible points earlier this morning by talking about colonialism and the idea that he kind of gave a point about DNA and the histrionics of slavery and its effect on someone today because of the lineage of your family. It's really important that we have those elements within the document and we understand the power and the importance of the history of slavery and how we failed to combat different forms of slavery past 1964, when my mother would have gotten the right to vote at that time, and its effect on communities in the United States and around the world, and other forms of slavery. Because of that, we're just now realizing the brevity and the weight of various communities because we didn't address the mental health issues of the ancestors of slaves from colonialism and chattel slavery. We didn't deal with it, and now many of those rights are being rolled back in the United States and elsewhere for that matter. And so if we didn't get that right, how are we going to get this right? And so part of the last thing is to try to include the histrionics on the weight, the pain, and the challenges around the GDP and other aspects of innovation and funds that are coming out or not going into communities because of the posterity of that community is thwarted because individuals haven't discovered, as Ming said earlier, purpose or even identity. And so if you all have the document in front of you, if you go to the second page, the third page, this new draft proposed detailed narrative for the movement, June 2024. There is a narrative prior to this from late last year. If you want to link to that to see it, it's important. I'm just going to read a couple of highlights and then we can have conversation. But based on what I said, does anyone have a comment or a question or want to share anything about the need and the belief for an updated narrative discussion so we can look at in supporting Free the Slaves and supporting Bukini, supporting all of us on the things that could be altered and changed and made better. Any comment or question about just the narrative in general, anything that I've said. If you're familiar with the previous narrative from 2000, and how do you feel about this need to have this narrative discussion in order to facilitate a different draft so that everyone can really understand this issue at a greater level?
Still need this. Just a fairly quick one, I guess. Obviously, you know, it's relevant for your personal context, but there's been quite a lot of part of the discussion at the moment has been about the US. Just wondered how we're kind of engaging other perspectives from other parts of the world, particularly the Global South, in developing this draft.
So this draft is about a couple dozen nations. So all the survivors and the codes and stakeholders are from all over the world. And so the only reason that we brought up the US because they did the original draft in 2000. That's the only thing that's relevant to the US. This draft must be global, and every stakeholder, every survivor is coming from all regions around the world. Yeah, so it's relevant to all of us. Absolutely. Sorry that that wasn't clear.
More like, so now how moving forward are we including them?
So at the end, I'm going to give the call to action, and you'll be able to engage. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead first, and then you.
Okay. Yeah, just a few comments. I was wondering whether it's possible to capture how the document was developed. Maybe a new section at the beginning saying the methodological approach to developing this narrative, because the way you're telling us is really informative, but that information of how it is developed is not there. And I was wondering whether that could be included. And I was also wondering, beyond the civil societies and organizations, the narrative itself also includes narratives from communities, but also research as well. What was the research telling us beyond these narratives of civil society and that? And also, I was a bit conscious about the dominant narrative this one is creating, is it going to shed all other nuances and become the dominant narrative then? Does it leave a space for nuances, for this emergent kind of narratives that might give even completely new insights to it? And how do you maintain that in the narrative?
So so last year, when the document that I didn't create was presented at the Forum of the Dominican Republic, some people were upset because they didn't feel their voices were heard. And so what I was tasked with doing was taking that document and including just tons of other nations, tons of other stakeholders from all over the world, from the Caribbean to Africa to Eastern Europe, to the United States and Canada, to Latin America and the Caribbean. And so all of those voices are here because the idea was, let's get to a base-based draft that people are no longer upset. From that base-based draft, it is to begin to even add more research than was already done after 2000 up until now, in addition to being here with you all. And so this is not a finite document now, and when it's done, the third or fourth or fifth draft, late October, won't be a finite draft. So what'll happen, here's the process. After this conference, this forum, you'll all get that link where you read the document. And the task is to go in, to read it, and to highlight, and to question, and to comment on what you approve, disapprove, what's there, what's not, how you see it, anything and everything, because a draft is just that. You have to start somewhere. And so it is a moving, breathing, undulating document that anything can be added. But this is really important. There are so many different opinions in various regions and nations. We have to find this collective idea of what do we all agree on, and then being able to highlight the importance of different things around different nations and regions. That is really, really important. And we want to be able to have everyone's buy-in. So by the time November comes in and you all get the document again after the forum in October, you're able to say, we're on the right track. We're really on the right track. And so in terms of how the document was created prior to this one, you can consult with Brian and Bikini and find out more about that. I wasn't a part of that one. This is sort of the updated draft of that one.
I think he's suggesting in whatever is the living working document, the process is written.
Yeah, I already said that. We're going to do that. Okay. Yeah.
So everything you just said, literally written. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, first, fantastic to sort of tackle a project like this. I think it's a huge project. I guess I sort of have two questions, I think. One is around really understanding the purpose of this document, because, in a sense, we're never going to capture anything perfect here, but we'll capture something that is fit for a purpose. And I think that's probably an important point to raise in terms of making sure that sort of expectations are set as to what it is and what it isn't. And I think that there's a sort of, and in a sense, the answer to that first question will, I guess, depend on, will relate to the relevance of my second question, whether it's a relevant question or not, because I think I find myself looking at this and thinking, it's really, really difficult to write something like this that doesn't erase or minimize certain aspects. And I think I'm just sort of, I guess, borrowing from, I suppose, a sort of LGBTQI plus, sort of work, I suppose, that I've done in the past, that you can write about LGBTQ plus stuff, and it's sort of very abstracted, and most of the time you see the white gay men coming through and not the trans black African women or whatever. Sure. And I think it's a sense of, as a movement, we've not written those different subsets, because we are many movements. We're not one movement, and this risk of sort of smushing everything together into one movement and losing those different elements of this is forced labour, and this is forced labour through this particular geographical context and lens, and through this particular, intersectionality. This is organ trafficking, like completely different set of, issues and engagements. So it's that sort of sense of how do we, in a sense, balance that out. So purpose and LGBTQI+.
That's really, really, really important. I think that one of the things we do after every forum is those that really want to comment, we have a webinar, a Google Meet, and we actually go through the document together before you get the second link to begin the comments. And it is after that typically that happens that the definition and the description of the process is there, but it could be here as well. I think that it is many movements, and I think that to tackle something like this is the most challenging and difficult thing in the whole wide world. And the only but here's the deal. What they did in 2000 was something that other nations didn't fully adopt, but understood and read it and garnered a lot of intelligence and understanding and schematic out of it. This time, the vision of Bukini and Free the Slaves is to create something that everyone's voice is in. And so, to your point, there are many movements within the movement, and there are so many different challenges and schisms within the systems of each one of the demographics. And so that would be this massive comment that you would write. You would say, this document is not full without all of the subcategories and different aspects of various forms of individuals, because this is just the draft narrative. It doesn't go into the other layer that mentions all the different types, all the different persons, and that's where your statement and your comment and your intelligence would come in to state that all forms, all voices, all forms, all voices there needs to be a page where that is there. But even though there are many movements and there can be a plethora of documents, the idea of utilizing climate change as a template is the idea that there are so many different types of climate change problems. There's like a ton of them, but in the document, they're all not listed. Many are listed, but when people read it, they still understand climate change. And there's different connections to climate change, like heat migration and other. And so if we have something that is strong enough, we can perpetually add to it, but it's foundational. And it should be something that assists others in creating other documents and other sub-movements within the movement.
I think on that point, it's really difficult because with climate change, I suppose you can say there's an environmental science that said 2.5, right? So you can say, let's get to under 2.5. I think it's very difficult and to say end slavery, like, is that our end goal? But I understand that this process is to try and, what is that thing? I think of Dr. Martin Luther King, and it was March on Washington for jobs and freedom. If you just get, is that what we're doing? Jobs and freedom. Is that our moniker here? I think that's what I'm trying to, it's really difficult. But what I would say that I know I'm skipping ahead, but just in reading what, where we're at, my contribution is questioning, it still reads a bit these individual bad actors, and can there be more of an effort to have this narrative about challenging systems, because it's systems that create victims but systems that create perpetrators, and I see some of that here, but it's sort of underneath. So challenging the social conditions that create exploitation is built into the existing system. Instead of a externality. So for me, I would personally want to see more of that.
Absolutely. And that's the point of having the collective impact of discussions. The initial draft didn't really have any of that. And so this soft draft is post a couple of forums and a ton of conversation with incredible stakeholders to get it to a base level. Okay, we're at first base, we're on our way, we have to keep going. And so there's a lot of smart people in the room. And so I know that through your brilliance, if you will get the ping in your inbox, if you will collaborate on the Google Meet or Zoom, and if you will comment on the doc and give all those important opinions, because together with university researchers, with nations, with survivors from all over the world, we can create some form of a draft to present to Bikini in November. 3 or 4. That he and others, we can begin to massage it more and more. Thank you so much for listening.
Dr. Bello never fails to impress me. And one thing I was going to add on the note about the climate change, she's absolutely right that this is meant to be kind of an elucidating point. And you guys should have heard the feedback on that specific issue in the Caribbean. Like that was first and foremost one of the issues they would have raised, even had, Dr. Bello not coalesced this so beautifully into this narrative. On Min, your point about the systems, I think that's something that we even miss in the academic and the statistical literature, that the focus on this as an economic crime is actually what makes it possible to quantify, right? Like there are motivations, there's ways to look at vulnerability that understands like the capitalist predisposition here. And I think one of the contributions, I won't speak for Dr. Bello, but I know based on the agenda that we were hoping to come out of this is in lieu of the EU regulation and the regulatory frameworks that have been passed, that's a huge contribution from this region of the world, right? We have lots of companies, multinational companies headquartered here, working through here that are now having to comply with this. It could be a really big contribution that the next phase for Europe is about compliance with the regulatory framework, not now that it exists. And I think there will be naturally corporate environmental issues. And so I think there are ways to marry this, but this master storyteller is Dr. Bello, so she'll be doing this. The other thing that the team and I were discussing is that there's so much richness to this aspect of the conversation, and I think having it at the end of the first day is really helpful, but we're also going to find some time tomorrow during one of the coffee breaks where we're not going to volunteer Dr. Bello's time, but we will need her to basically kind of solicit more of this input as we're continuing to think about it tonight, think about some of the things she's presented. I know it takes a little bit of time to digest and to think about what we want that contribution to be, and she's absolutely right. Putting your thoughts to paper, in the Google Doc, that's so helpful to us, and we're really grateful. So thank you, Dr. Bello, really for taking such a great job on this. Great. So with that, don't think we haven't noticed you all flagging. I want to see everyone at breakfast tomorrow eating some food and getting some snacks. We're going to reconvene. Of course, the room opens at 8:30. Is that correct, Dr. Balfour? 8:30, and we'll start promptly at 9. And we're going to try to work in a few more daylight moments and breaks tomorrow and see what we can do to get some healthy snacks in the room a little bit more. We'll work with you guys to try to keep the energy going tomorrow. And we do end a little earlier tomorrow too, so you'll be good. Thank you guys for a great first day.